Alrighty, I'm excited because today we're going to be building a WPF application. So I got this comment from Alan V, and they said, how would you go about having a three-part layout, where one side is used for displaying data, and the other has a mini navbar to add, edit, or remove objects. So that kind of sums up a master detail view, which is what we have here. So this is like the mini navbar that they mentioned, where we have a list of YouTube viewers, and they can use this drop down to edit or delete the user, and then they can select the user to view the user's details over here. And then if they want to add a user, they can click this add button, and I expect this to show some kind of modal where they can fill in these details and submit the viewer, and they'll get added to this list. So that's what we're going to be building, and quite frankly, I haven't really planned this out other than this UI, but I think that's okay. This is going to be a relatively small application. We're also going to be hooking up to a database, so that's going to be fun, like a full application we got going on here. So yeah, overall, this is going to be a pretty long video. I might take a break or pause to think about stuff here and there. But other than that, what are we waiting for? Let's hop into this. So moving over to Visual Studio. Like I said, literally have nothing right now. So going to start off by adding a new project. And this is going to be a WPF application. I'll just call this YouTube Viewers, since that's kind of the theme of the UI. But for my project name, this is going to be YouTube Viewers.wpf. And then solution name is just going to be YouTube Viewers. And then right now we're targeting .NET 5. I think that's good. This should work on future versions of .NET if you're watching from the future. But let's go ahead and create. All right, so some quick setup. I'm going to name my main window YouTube Viewers. And then I'm going to head into my app.xaml and remove this startup URI because I don't like to start up by just referencing the main window like they have by default. I like to do all of my startup configuration in the app.xaml.cs because there's just way more flexibility. Like, you can configure services in your startup, and you can set up your data context and all kind of application state in your app.xaml.cs. So I'm going to override on startup here, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set the main window for my app to a new main window. And main window is just the window that we have defined right here. And we're just instantiating that using this constructor. So I think that's good on setup. Let's run this, make sure our app actually starts. Oh, I already realized we did miss something. So we have to do a main window dot show. So that actually shows up. And now we should see our window. And yay, all right, we got our app rolling. So this is going to be a MVVM application. So we're going to have some views. Let's add a folder for that. And also view models. And we'll just focus on these two for now. We'll bring in models and stores and other stuff like that later. But I think overall, I want to start by building the UI. So let's add a new view here. So this is going to be a user control. That's how we build views in WPF. And we put our user controls in the window. But I'm going to call this the YouTube Viewers view. I guess it's kind of weird, the YouTube Viewers view. A lot of view in here, but I don't know. That's the theme we're rolling with. We'll stick with it. And then just to reference our UI, so this YouTube Viewers view pretty much represents like everything. So it's going to have our title, our add button, and it's also going to put together these two big components that we have right here. So these are actually going to be separate components. They're not going to be defined in the YouTube Viewers view. So let's create those components. Let's put that in the components folder. I would like my views folder to be like the main views. I guess a synonym for view could be like a page. It's the entire page. But anyways, the view is going to have components. So let's add a new item in our components folder. This is also going to be a user control. And the first component we're going to have is that listing component we have on the left. So that's going to be the YouTube Viewers listing. So create that. And then the other component we're going to have is the YouTube Viewers details. So that's the details panel on the right. YouTube Viewers details. So this is pretty much everything we're going to do to split up our main YouTube viewers view. But now we can start scaffolding this out. So looking at the UI, we kind of have two rows here. So the first row is the title and the add button. So let's have some row definitions defined here. And one row definition is going to be height auto. So just going to fill up as much as it needs. And then the other row definition is going to have our listing panel and our details panel. And that's going to fill up the remaining space. So it's going to be star height. So this first row has two columns to it. So the first column is our YouTube viewers title, and then the other column is our add button. So let's make another grid here with, this time, column definitions. So we're going to have one column definition. We can make this the width of star. That should work. So fills up all of the width. And then our add button is going to take up as much width as it needs. So our title is going to be a text block. The text in our case is YouTube viewers. And this goes in grid column 0, which is actually the default, but I do like to define it. And then we're going to have a button here with the content just being add. And this is going to go in grid column 1. And we're going to have to do a bunch of styling to this button. So we're going to need padding, we're going to need color, but we'll deal with all that later. So this pretty much sums up the header of our view with the title and the button. The next part is going to be another grid, which also has two columns. So the first column is going to be that listing of the YouTube viewers. And the width for this, we'll do star. And then the other part of this second row is going to be the details of the selected YouTube viewer. So this takes up probably about 2/3 of the screen. So this width is going to be 2 star. So what we have here is a total of 1 star plus 2 star. So 3 stars. And since this is 1 star, it's going to take 1/3 of the width. And since this is 2 stars, it's going to take 2/3 of the width, which is pretty similar to what our prototype shows. But in our first column, we're going to have our YouTube viewers listing component. So if we do a control dot on that, we can import our component's namespace. So here we go. We prefix that with components, and we imported that right here. So pointing to our namespace of YouTube viewers.wpf.components. So that's good. And that's going to go in grid column 0. And then our other component will go in grid column 1. And this is the YouTube viewers details. And we also have some margin in between these. So I'll define that. Might be about 10 to the left. I don't know. We'll play with all this while we're like live debugging. So now we pretty much have to head over to these components and fill those in with some UI. And actually, this grid right here should be grid row 1. And for consistency, I'll make this grid row 0, even though that's the default. But let's head over to the YouTube viewers listing and knock this out. So looking at our listing, we have a border that surrounds the entire listing. And the background here, not the background, the border brush here, we're going to do like a light gray. That's a little bit too light, maybe just regular gray. That should be good. Border thickness will just be 1. And inside here, we're going to have a list view. And I don't know, this is kind of hard to scaffold out while we don't really have any data bound to our list view. So I think we'll come back here once we have like a view model that we can bind to and actually display some items in this list view. I don't feel like scaffolding something out if I'm just going to delete it later. So we'll just leave this for now. And let's head into the YouTube viewers details. So we can definitely do this. And same kind of thing, we're going to have a border that surrounds everything. And the border brush is going to be gray again. So I might end up extracting this gray to like a style so that we don't duplicate it between both of these borders. But we can do that later. The border thickness is going to be 1 again. And inside here, we're just going to have a grid. And it looks like we got 4 rows in here. So the first row, first off, we're going to need our row definitions. And pretty much all of these are going to be auto height. So nothing really needs to fill the space in the grid. They're all just rows of text. So the first row is just going to be a text block with the user's name as the text. we can just hard code this for now. We're gonna have to come back and bind this to a view model though, but I'll just make this Sean. The font size is kind of bigger. We'll go with 16 maybe. We'll play around with all this in the future, but this is grid row 0. And then the next 3 rows have 2 columns, so we'll have to make sure all of these columns line up, but I'm gonna have each row in its own grid with column definitions, and both of these column definitions can be with auto. So again, nothing really needs to expand. And then the first column we have in our first row, speaking of row, let me add grid row 1 to this grid up here. And the text here is going to be YouTube username, or how about just username? I feel like YouTube is kind of implied here. And then this is a little bit bold, so we'll set that for the font weight. And then we have another text block with the user's actual username. Wait, this doesn't even make sense. I already have the username defined as the title up here. This is a little bit excessive. I don't think we need this. So we're going to skip the username row and we'll just make this is subscribed. And then this next text block will be the value of that, which is going to be a yes or no. And we'll just hard code this to yes for now. And then we're going to have this entire grid again, except this time grid row 2. And the question is member, and we'll roll with yes. And we can remove this 4th row definition since we knocked out a row. And let me change this to singleton Sean, since this header is the YouTube username now. So this should actually be good. We don't really have any margins or anything defined here. We'll just do that while we're live debugging. I don't feel like guessing right now. But I think we're good on our components and our main view. Now let's just define this in the main window for now. So we'll open up this grid and plop in the YouTube viewers view, which we'll need to import from views. There we go. And let's see how bad this looks. I don't think it's going to look super pretty. We don't really have any styling or margin. And yeah, we're off to a great start. So one thing, we have like a really thick border right here. And I think our list view should have a border thickness of 0 since our border is being handled up here. And yeah, that takes care of that. This YouTube viewers should be way bigger. So let's set the font size as maybe 28, maybe bigger. How about 32? I think that's good. This add button is all kinds of messed up. I think we're going to have to vertical align center because it's like growing to be as big as our text block. So yeah, there we go. We'll need some padding, maybe 15 left, right, and then 5 top, bottom. I think that's good. We're also going to need, I think, bigger font size too, at least looking at our prototype. How about 16? I think I actually want these borders darker as well. So in our components, let's make these, is there a dark gray? Let's do that for both of these borders. That's actually lighter. Why is dark gray lighter than just regular gray? I guess we'll roll with gray for now, but when I extract this to a style, we can play around with some hex values instead to get the right darkness that we want. One thing I do want is I want these corners to be curvy. So we'll set the corner radius. I think 5 should be good enough. And it looks like our list view is clipping over the border. We'll fix that down the road. That's so annoying. I always run into that, but I do know how to fix it. And then this corner radius should look good. For the details panel, there we go. We're going to need some padding on these details. So let's play around with that. I think we can define padding on our border. Let's go with 20. So kind of a lot. I think that's good. The username should be bigger, I think. Let's go with 28. I want this to be big. That's good. Well, a little bit too big. How about 24? I don't want it to be competing with like our main title. And then let's get some margin between our rows on these details. So we'll do 20 on the top for each of our rows. I think that should look good. Oh, this is left. How about top? The second value is top. Can't forget that. And that definitely looks better. And I don't know, this whole font looks small. I feel like I want my overall font to be not that small. So can we set the font size on our window to 14? Does that look good? Yeah, that's bigger. I like that. I think the default's like 12. That's a little bit too small. But now I want a lot of margin between these. So let's define that. We'll do margin I guess 20. We keep doing 20 everywhere, but I think that's a good value to start with. We'll play around with it. And that looks good. Next thing I want is these to be lined up. So this is a cool trick in WPF. So it's kind of difficult since we have two separate sets of column definitions. So what we can do is come up to this root grid that contains both of the grids that have their own column definitions. And we can set grid is shared size scope to true. And then we can define on this column definition the shared size group. So this can be any name you want. We'll just call it label because this is the column that contains the label. And if two columns have the same shared size group, so these two columns do, and they're within a grid that has is shared size scope to true, then each column is going to have the same width depending on whichever column is bigger. So this column is longer, which means this column down here expands to be as long as this one. So this makes it much more pleasant. Everything is lined up in the subsequent columns. So this is definitely looking better. We need some more margin on like our entire page. So I think I do want like a default margin that is applied all the way on our main window. So we can set that here. We'll have the margin about 25, so a little bit more. And obviously we'll want that on all four sides. I think that's exactly what we want. It's a kind of a lot to the top. I don't know how I feel about that, but maybe it'll look better if we add some margin between this top row and our listing and details row. So in our YouTube viewers view, let's add some margin to the top of our listing and details components. Let's do 20 to the top. I keep doing it to the left. Let's see. Oh, that looks good. Okay. And then lastly, I think we need more margin between these. What did we do? We did 10. How about 20? 20 is like the magic number. It seems to just be working. That looks good. Okay. So I think we're pretty close to what we wanted. We still need some styling on this button, and I do want to change this border color eventually. And you know, before we move into view models, let's do it. Let's add some styles. So in our app.xaml, I'm going to expand these resources and have a resource dictionary in here. And let's just start out with a color that we can have for our border. So a solid color brush, we'll give it a key so we can reference it. We'll call it border primary. And the color is going to be, we'll start with gray for now just to make sure that this brush works when we use it. So now in both of these borders that we have, we're going to point our border brush to a static resource. And here we go. We get some IntelliSense. So border primary is what we want. And there's the gray, so it is working. And then our other border is going to need that as well. There we go. Let me run this because I want to make sure it does work. I've had some issues with styles in the past. And looks good. Okay. So now we can change this to whatever we want. Let me see if I can get a hex value. Let me get like a color picker on Google. So we'll do a pretty dark gray, about 1C, 1C, 1C. Let's paste that in there as our color. Oh, that's really dark. I don't know how that's going to look. That looks pretty good. I like it. It does kind of look like our borders are blurry though. Let me see. I just did a Google search because I was wondering why. I don't have all the answers all the time. And we should be able to do snaps to device pixels. I have used this in the past and that doesn't seem to do anything. Let's try restarting. Oh, okay. Yeah, that definitely fixed it. So now we can clearly see this border looks much better than this one. So for our details, we'll do snaps to device pixels as well to true and restart again. And yeah, that looks really good now. So that should be good for the border styling. We still have to fix these stupid corners, but let's style this add button. So in our app.xaml, we're going to have a style targeting buttons. Do I want to make this the default style? I think I do. So if I don't specify a key, it'll be applied by default. Let's do that. So our button is going to have a foreground of white. So let's set that using a setter. And then we're going to have a background. We'll grab a hex value for this, but I'll just go with blue for now. And then we'll have some default padding as well. I think we had done 15 and 5. And then we'll also set the vertical alignment as center by default. Same with horizontal alignment. That should be good. I guess while we're at it, text alignment should also be centered. That's not even a property. I think we have to do text block dot text alignment. I think. We'll see. All right, so let me grab a hex value real quick. Or let me just grab the exact one from Figma. I guess I could have done that for the borders as well. Oh, it's just black. Okay. But for the color, here we go. 547AFF. Let me copy that and paste that here as a hex value. There we go. That looks good. So let me go to my button and we can remove some stuff on here. So we don't need vertical alignment. That's the default. We don't need padding. That's the default. And let's see how this looks. So it looks pretty good. We do need to change the border. So there's still a border that should be 0. And then when you hover over it, you get this annoying highlight. So literally the only way to get rid of this highlight, and I feel like I've mentioned this in other videos, but we have to override the default template for the button. And while we're overriding the default template, we can also mess with the border inside the template too. So this property is template. And for setting this, we're going to have to open this up and define a control template. The target type is a button. And then we're just going to have a content presenter in here. So by overriding this and just showing the content presenter, that'll get rid of that annoying highlight. And then surrounding this, we want a border. So let's add that. I also wanted some corner radius on our button. So we'll go with 3, not too much. And then the background is going to be a template binding to background. So using template binding inside a template is basically just going to point to whatever background we have set on the button. In this case, it's going to be this blue color. So we want to do the same thing with padding as well. So make sure we grab the padding that we have set on the component. We also want margin. So let's template bind to that. So let's see how this looks. I think I want to add some animations to this button. So we'll do that, but let's just make sure that looks good. Okay. Oh, we also want the cursor to change when we're above it. I think we have to set a property. The cursor, that should be a hand. I think that's what we want. So that should fix that. And then I want some animations whenever we hover. So I want to change the background to be a little bit darker just to give some indication that we're hovering over it. So we can have some style triggers in here. And we're going to have a trigger based on if our mouse is over the button. And when that's true, that's when we want to fire this trigger. So when we enter this trigger, we'll have some enter actions here. And we're going to start a storyboard. So storyboards pretty much contain animations. So we're going to define a storyboard in here. And we're going to have a color animation. And we're just going to animate to, we'll do blue for now, but we'll change this to look better in a little bit. The duration, we'll do about 0 hours, 0 minutes, and 0.5 seconds. That might be too long. We'll see. And then what are we animating? So we define that with the storyboard target property. And we're going to be animating the background. But the issue, I've had this so many times with animations. But basically background is a brush. So if we peek the definition here, we have brush. So it's not a color. So we can't just target the background. We have to target the color of the brush that the background has. And we can't just do dot color because since background can be a brush, it could be any kind of brush. It could be a gradient brush, which doesn't have this color property. So we have to cast this to a solid color brush. And we can do that with parentheses, and we want solid color brush dot color. And for the most part, we're going to be using only solid color brushes, which is basically what you get if you define any kind of color as the background. So that should be good for animating to the hover color, but we're also going to need some exit actions. So let's change this and define exit actions. And whenever we unhover from our button, we want to set the background color to just the regular background. So we can set that here, and let's make sure this works. So hovering over, and oh yeah, okay. So it does work, definitely too slow. Let me make this 0.2, maybe that's good. I don't know, maybe even 0.1 will be good. But let me grab a better color because the blue is just not the right shade. So let me paste in our regular blue and just grab something darker. How about that? Could be anything as long as it's darker. Paste that in as our hover color and try this again. Yeah, it's still too slow. Let's do 0.1. Who would have thought? Yeah, I think that's good. Just a tad bit of animation. That's all I think we need. All right, so last thing I want to do before we move into view models is fix these stupid borders. All right, so let's see. Let me move this over here, and we're going to go into the listing where we have that defined. And I've done this in the past, and I have a project where I have done it. So let me just copy that, and I'll explain it. So let me snag that. So we use an opacity mask, and we have to be inside of a grid. So let me surround all of this with grid. So we have an opacity mask, and then we have a border that uses that mask and has the same corner radius as our root border. And then we just have all of our content inside here. So basically this mask and this border combined make sure that our content in here doesn't go over the edges of our root border. So let's see. There we go. As you can see, the list view is not covering the freaking corners. All right. So I think our UI is good. Let's move into view models. So the first view model is actually we're going to need a base view model. So let me add a view model base. And this is going to have to implement notify property changed. So let's import that and implement this interface. And basically all of our view models are going to raise this property changed event whenever a property changes. And our UI is going to know to re-grab the value of whatever property changed. So I like to have this helper method to easily raise property changed. We can make this virtual in case we have to override it. It'll just be void. We'll call it on property changed. It's going to take the name of the property that changed. So the property name. You can also have, everyone points this out, but I never use it because I don't feel like I have to. I have a snippet that does the hard part. But you can have like this caller member name here if you don't want to pass in a property name and get it passed in automatically. Let's see, it's caller member name like that. You can import that if you don't want to pass in this property name manually every time. But personally, I like to pass it in. So I'm going to leave it as is. And all this method is going to do is take our property changed event. And if it has subscribers, we're going to invoke it with this is the sender and new property changed event args, which just take the property name. And it does say property name is optional, which is true. So if property name is null, then that means that it's going to raise property changed and the UI is going to grab everything that it's binding to, not just a specific property. So just a cool little tip there, but for the most part, probably going to be passing in a property name. So we got our base view model base. Let's add the first view model here is going to be for our YouTube viewers view. So this is going to be the YouTube viewers view model. And let's inherit from view model base so we can get all that property change stuff for free. And let's go into our YouTube viewers view and think about what we need. So we're going to need a command to handle this button click. So let's define that first. This is going to be an I command. This will be the add YouTube viewer command, and it can just be read only. We'll implement all this later. So that pretty much takes care of everything in the header. But then we're also going to have to handle all of the bindings and all the data we have to pass down to these components. So I'm going to wrap all of that in their own view models. So in that case, let's create some more view models over here. So the first view model is going to be for our YouTube viewers listing view. So the YouTube viewers listing view model right here. And this is going to extend our view model base. And then the last view model we're going to have is the YouTube viewers details view model. So same thing, extend view model base, which Visual Studio just did for me. That's cool. I like it. So since our YouTube viewers view has each of these components, then we're going to need the view models for each of these components on our YouTube viewers view model. So these can actually be read only as well. So this is going to be the YouTube viewers listing view model. We'll just call it that. So same name, and it can just be read only. And we're also going to have the YouTube viewers details view model. Same name, can be read only as well. And these can be read only because they're not going to change we can just initialize these in the constructor. So just instantiate those for now. And same with the YouTube viewers details view model. So we have these sub view models defined on here. And ultimately we want each of our components to bind to whatever properties we have on those view models. So to do that, we're going to set the data context as a binding to each of these view models. So we'll grab the name of the view model, and this YouTube viewers listing view is going to bind to the YouTube viewers listing view model. And then we're going to do the same thing for the YouTube viewers details. That's going to bind to properties on the YouTube viewers details view model. So paste that in there. That should be good for those property bindings that we have. Let's also bind to this command. So our button, the command for this button, is going to bind to the command we have on our view model, the add YouTube viewers command. So let's paste that in there. We haven't done anything with that command yet, but we will eventually. And let's head all the way back up to our main window. And similar to how I talked about data context for each of these components, if we want to have all of these bindings available, then that means the data context for our YouTube viewers view is going to have to be some kind of YouTube viewers view model, so we can access all these bindings. So since we only have one page in our application, and I expect it to stay that way, we can just set the data context of our entire main window to a YouTube viewers view model, and then all of these bindings will get passed down to the YouTube viewers view. But if we had multiple pages in our application and had some kind of navigation, we definitely have to do something more complex. If you're interested in that, check out my navigation series, which is like the full guide for navigation in WPF. But we don't really have navigation in this app. So what we can do is head up to the app.xaml.cs. And for this main window, I'm just going to set the data context to a new YouTube viewers view model. So import that. All right, now that we have all our data context set up, let's head into one of our component view models. So I think I'm going to start with the listing view model. So this is the view model for our YouTube viewers listing. And what are we going to have on here? Well, we have our list view in here. So we're going to need a list of YouTube viewers. So we're going to have a property on here. It can just be an IEnumerable. And the type, what's the type going to be? Well, we're going to need some other object here. So we're going to need another view model type. So let me create that. And these are going to be for our listing items. So we're going to call this the YouTube viewers listing item view model. And this is also going to extend view model base. And it's going to have a few things. So first we're going to have a property for their name. So this can actually just be read only. The username and just a getter, it's not going to change. And then we're actually going to have two more properties on here. These are going to be commands. So I did point out in our UI prototype that we had the little drop down menu. So this little 3 dot thing right here, and that's going to open up for edit and delete actions. So each of these commands is going to have to hook up to those actions. So we're going to have an edit command and a delete command. And all of these properties are going to be set up in the constructor. So the username will actually come through the constructor. We can just set that. And then we'll set up these commands down the road. But we're good on the view model for our listing items. So we can head back up to our listing view model. And the type here is going to be our YouTube viewers listing item view model. So we're going to expose a list of those. And we'll just call this the YouTube viewers listing item view models. So pretty generic names we have here. And this is going to be read-only, but we're actually going to point to an observable collection. So we're going to define a read-only observable collection of these YouTube viewers listing item view models. And we'll just call it that, but this is just a field, going to be a private field. And our collection that we expose to our view is going to be this observable collection field. But I am just exposing it as an IEnumerable. So basically we're encapsulating this observable collection, which means all the view models that we add or remove or change is going to be done within this view model. So again, just encapsulating. And then we'll instantiate this observable collection in the constructor. We'll make it empty for now, but we're going to hard code some data in here. So why don't we actually just do that now? So we'll add a new YouTube viewers listing item view model. So we can throw some usernames in here. I think my prototype had like Mary, Sean, Alan. So that's who actually recommended this whole master detail thing. So props to Alan, but this should be good. And I do want to mention the thing with observable collections. So the reason we use this instead of like lists and stuff is because our UI is automatically going to update whenever we add or remove items from an observable collection. So that's the main power of observable collections. So now that we expose this IEnumerable, we can bind to this in our YouTube viewers listing. So our list view, the item source is going to be a binding to our YouTube viewers listing item view models. And we're going to have to do more here. We're going to have to define how we want these items to be displayed. But let's run this and see how this looks. And all right, perfect. So this is what I expected. So it's just doing toString on the view model, which doesn't really do anything. It just prints out the namespace and name of the class. So we're going to have to change how these are displayed. And we could do that by defining a list view item template on our list view. So inside here, we'll have a data template. And inside of our data template, we can pretty much do whatever we want. So we're just going to have a grid, and based on our prototype, this grid is going to have 2 columns, and column 1 can be with star, so it'll fill everything. That's going to be the username, and that's going to make our drop-down menu get pushed all the way to the right. So with that, we're going to have a text block. The text is going to be a binding to username. So right here inside this data template, our data context, so what we use to access bindings, is going to be our item view model. So we can access these properties and bind to them inside of here. And it's going to be grid column 0. And then I'm just going to scaffold out the drop-down menu. And actually, I want to use a NuGet package for this. So I did a UI workshop where I built a drop-down menu with those 3 triple dots. So let's go ahead and install that. So we can manage NuGet packages. This is a good example because we haven't done anything with NuGet packages in this project yet. And what did I call this? I think dropdown menu.wpf is what I called it. Yeah, here we go. So 69 downloads. This is by Singleton Sean. Let's install that. So success. And now I think I just do dropdown menu and we can import that from our namespace. So it imported it as dropdown menu control. We'll just call this, I don't know, custom, and change that down here. And this drop down menu, so it's going to be grid column 1. We should also have some margin to the left. We'll do 10. And for now, the content, we'll just say like hello world. How about that? So we'll style this in a little bit, but I want to see how this looks. So let's run this. I think we did everything. Oh, there's one more thing we have to do. I should have just done it. Okay. But yeah, this kind of works. We got our username, which is definitely binding correctly to what we hard coded. That's good. But we should get some padding between these. So let's get some padding. I think we just want, oh, you can have padding on a grid, my bad. So let me surround this by a border. That should be good. So border, we'll have some padding. I think we want a little bit on the left and right. So let's do 5. And then top bottom, we'll do 10. That looks good. It looks like the text is kind of small. Maybe we should set that. So text block dot font size. Let's go back to 16. Yeah, let's do that. I like that. But to push this little drop down menu, which is working, there we go. Hello world. We're gonna need a background and a border and stuff on that. But to push this all the way to the right, even though we did get our column definitions correct, list views are kind of weird. So we have to set the list view item container style. So open that to a style targeting list view item. And we have to set the, I think it's horizontal content alignment to stretch, which I would think it would be stretched by default, but it's not. So look at that. There we go. Maybe we do want more padding. How about we just do 10 all around? Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So this drop down menu definitely needs to look better. Let's surround this with a border and the background should be white. I think it's transparent right now. whatever's in there. Let's have a border brush. I don't think I want this the same as the borders that I have for my details in my listing panels. Let's just make this regular, how about gray? And then border thickness just 1. Let's see, does this update? Oh yeah, there we go, okay. And also some padding. And actually, no, I don't want padding here. I want padding on my actual buttons that I have defined in here. So we are going to have 2 buttons, one for edit and one for delete. And instead of text, this is content. That's just how buttons are. And we have too much stuff inside of a border. We're going to have to wrap this in a grid. So let's surround with grid. Let's make it simple. Let's do a stack panel so we don't have to have like grid rows and stuff. I feel like that's unnecessary. So just a stack panel, just stack these on top of each other. And let's see, how does that look? Oh, it's doing our default button style. So maybe I shouldn't have made that style the default. But regardless, these buttons are going to have their own styles. So I want the same style for both of them. So we can have a stack panel resources, and any style we define in here is going to be applied to anything inside of the stack panel, which is what I want. So we're going to have a style targeting buttons and no key. So this is going to be the default style. And actually I do want a lot of the same stuff from our default button style. So we can base on our default style. So referencing a default style, we can do static resource. I think it's X type button. That should point to our default button style. Let's see, we should still see yeah, okay, it is working. All right, so we're basing off our default button style. And the things I want to change is the background. So let's set the background as, I guess, gray for now. We'll have to do something lighter. We'll bring in some hex values. So how's that look? That is working. Whenever we hover, that's not what we want. So I think we are going to have to head into our app.xaml and redefine this style. So style inheritance in WPF is kind of a pain. There's a lot of duplication involved. It's not like CSS in web development, which is, I don't know, kind of a mess as well, but a little bit more flexible. WPF, pretty complex actually. But let's change these to different colors. So if we look at this, there we go, that looks good. We got our hovers kind of messed up because dark gray is for some reason lighter than regular gray. So let's do hex values instead. So we'll get this super light gray as the default. So let's set that. Same thing as our exit action. We want to go back to this. And then let's grab a darker gray for hover. And that should be good. Let's see how this looks. Oh, and one more thing. I think we have to set the horizontal alignment as stretch. I think by default it's center based on what we did for our default button, and that's kind of making things look weird. We should probably set our foreground to black in this case, since white and gray just look way too similar. There's like no contrast at all. So make this black, and I selected background. I went foreground, and yeah, this looks good. Okay. Although one thing I don't like is that our default button style, which I'm about to just scrap this because I don't think we should be basing off this, but it sets this corner radius, and I don't really want a corner radius on my drop down buttons. So I'm going to grab this and override that here and get rid of the corner radius. And in fact, I'm just not going to base off my default button. I feel like we're just overriding what that already does for the most part. So let's see how this looks. We're going to need our padding. So maybe I do want that. So let's paste those in there. And I think I'm probably going to change the padding a little bit. So I might want a little bit more because these are kind of small. So how about 20 and 10? I think that's good. Maybe I need to just set the width of my entire stack panel, or we should probably do min width. Let's do 150. Is that going to look good? Maybe a little bit less. How about 100? I feel like that's what we just had. Maybe a little bit more. How about 125? All right, that looks good. I like it. I actually don't need this horizontal alignment stretch because that was just to override the base style. So we can get rid of that, and we're still good. So I think our UI is completely good now, but I can continue with these bindings. So this edit button is going to bind to a command on our view model, and I think we just called this the edit command. And then same with our delete button, we just called it the delete command. Let's make sure. And yep, here we go, edit and delete commands. So all good there. And I think that's everything with our YouTube viewers listing, view, and view model. So I think we're good to move over to the details view model. So let me just close out a bunch of stuff. And let's bring up the corresponding view. So the YouTube viewers details.xaml. And we're going to have a few bindings on here. So we're going to have to bind to some kind of username property on the details view model. And then we're also going to have to bind to whether or not the user is subscribed or not. And that's going to be a Boolean, so true or false. So we can't really display that as text. Instead, we have to dynamically set the text based on whatever that Boolean value is. So we could do that with like a text block style. So define a style, and then styles can have triggers, and we can have a data trigger that binds to something like is subscribed, which would be a Boolean. And then if that were true, then we could set the text to yes. But I really don't feel like cluttering my XAML. I feel like XAML is already a quirky tool to work with. So instead, what I'm going to do is do that calculation in my view model and just bind to is subscribed display. And this property is just going to be a string that is either yes or no, which means I don't have to do some kind of Boolean to text conversion in my XAML. It'll all be handled in the view model using some good old C#. And we'll do the same thing for is member. So this will bind to an is member display. So let's head into our view model, and we're going to have some properties in here. I think these are going to be read-only as well. So pretty much all the properties we've done have been read-only. We'll get into some prop change whenever we do like the form for adding a new viewer. But for now, just going to be read-only. So this is going to be a string for username. So read-only, just a getter. And then we're going to have, what do we call these? Is subscribed display. And then is member display. And let's set these up in the constructor. So the username, we'll just set that to singleton Sean. And then is subscribed display is going to be yes. Then is member display will make no. I'll definitely have to think about becoming a member. Definitely some good perks there. But let's see how that looks on our UI, and doesn't look very good. And why is that? Do we have to reboot? Maybe. And yep, that was the issue. So now our bindings are all good, and we got our yes, no, and our username. So we're pretty good on this first view and view model, but now we need our functionality to actually work. So if I click these viewers in this listing over here, I want that to be reflected in the details. So we pretty much need to communicate between our YouTube viewers listing view model and our YouTube viewers details view model. And view model communication, that's going to be done through a store. So a store, if you're familiar with like React and web development frameworks, this is probably familiar, but it's similar to like a React context. And it's pretty much our single source of truth for where our data is stored. And we can pass that store to the view models that need that shared data. And I have more videos where I go through stores, but let's demo it so that it actually makes sense. So I'm going to have a new folder for stores. And the first store I'm going to have is the selected YouTube viewer store. And on here, I'm just going to have a property for the selected YouTube viewer. So I'm going to use my prop change snippet, which scaffolds out a getter and a setter. And in the setter, we call it onPropertyChanged. But I'm actually not going to call it onPropertyChanged. I'm going to raise a different event because onPropertyChanged is kind of specific to view models. And this is a store, so it's above the view model layer. So I'm going to take this out, but the type here. So what is the type? It's going to be a YouTube viewer. So not a YouTube viewer view model or something like that, because stores, in my opinion, are above the view model layer just by a little bit, kind of like on the same level almost. But I don't want my stores to reference view models. I want my view models to reference a store. So this YouTube viewer is going to be a model that we're going to create. So we'll add that in a second. But let's just scaffold out this property, the YouTube viewer. And actually, this is the selected YouTube viewer because we're in the selected YouTube viewer store. And we'll get rid of onPropertyChanged. We'll come back to that in a second. But let's add a new folder in our project for models. And we're going to have a new class in here, just the YouTube viewer. And the three things that our YouTube viewers have is a username. So we're going to have a prop, just a string for username. Should it be read-only? I'm going to go with yes. So we'll come back to that later, but I have a feeling we're not going to have to set this. And then we also have a Boolean for is subscribed and another Boolean for is member. And these are all read-only. I don't really want them to change, but we can get those through the constructor. There we go. That looks good. And that's pretty much all our model needs. So back in our store, let's import that from our models layer. And whenever my selected YouTube viewer changes, so in the setter, I do want to raise an event so that view models that are using the store can be notified whenever this value changes and they can update the view. So I'm going to have an event. We can just make this an action. I don't think we really have to pass in the YouTube viewer as a parameter to this action. So we'll just make it an action with no parameters and we'll call it selected YouTube viewer changed. And the reason I don't really think I need to pass this as a parameter to the action is because my view models are going to have access to the store anyways. So if they want to get the YouTube viewer that changed, they can just re-grab this property. But if you really wanted to, you could pass in the YouTube viewer as a parameter here. But now that I have this event, I'm going to take it whenever the value changes. And if it has subscribers, I will invoke it. And that's just going to raise this event. So now we're ready to use the store. And the thing about stores in most cases is that they're the single source of truth. So you're usually just going to have one store. So in that case, I'm just going to define that store right at the beginning of my application and just pass that down through my application. So this is the selected YouTube viewer store. We will call it that. And then in my constructor for my app, I'll just initialize this. Let's pass this down through our app so we can pass that to our YouTube viewers view model. Let's add that parameter to our constructor. There we go. Let's just import the namespace. And then we're going to need the store in our YouTube viewers details view model. Let's pass that down there. We're also going to need it in our listing view model so that we can update the store whenever the selected item in the list changes. So let's add a parameter to those constructors. Just do that with a control dot. And let's head down here. And again, just import the namespace. And same thing in our details view model. And we'll start here. So I'm going to put this store into a field. So let me assign that to a field. So control dot, create and assign the field. I like to have underscores before my field names. And now we're going to get all of this data from the store instead of hard coding it. So let's get rid of that. And looks like it renamed this too. So I don't want it underscore before that. There we go. And now username, I'm going to grab that from my store. So I'll get the selected YouTube viewer there and grab their username. And I assume this viewer could be null. So I should optional chain this so that I don't get some kind of null pointer exception. And then similar thing for these display properties. So take the store, take the selected YouTube viewer. And actually I keep on referencing this store and then the viewer. I can just put that in its own little helper property here. It can just be private. We don't really need to expose this. But it's just going to be a YouTube viewer and the selected YouTube viewer. And that's going to point to our selected YouTube viewer store and the selected YouTube viewer. So now for these properties, we just need to access that property. So it kind of cleans things up a little bit. We don't have to keep on doing the same exact thing. But now we're going to dig into is subscribed. And if selected YouTube viewer was null, then the fallback value that we specify with 2 question marks will just be false. So let me actually surround that in parentheses just to kind of demonstrate how this is working. So we're getting is subscribed, falling back to false. And if that is true, then we'll display yes. If it is false, then we'll display no. And then same thing for is member display. So I'm just copy that and rename everything. We're checking is member and displaying either yes or no. This is kind of against the way I usually program. Like, I like to make things as readable as possible, but I don't know. I think this looks okay. We'll roll with it. And maybe we should have a fallback value for username. So we'll just say unknown. And actually, I don't even know how I feel about these fallback values. I feel like our UI shouldn't even display this data if no user is selected. Like, we should have another Boolean here, like has selected YouTube viewer, and that could just check if selected YouTube viewer does not equal null. And then we could use this property in the view to only display all of these details if we actually have a user selected. Otherwise, we could display something like please select the user. So maybe we'll do that. I'll leave this property here, but we'll come back to that. I really want to focus on showing how all of this store works and actually being able to change the selected user. But this should be good enough for now to actually see data. So in fact, if I ran this, I should see like unknown and then I guess no and no. And yep, there we go. So now I just need to hook up my store to this listing view model so that it changes the selected YouTube viewer. So for this listing view, let's see, how do we want to do this? I think what I want to do in this case is just bind to selected item. So that can be a binding to selected YouTube viewer listing item view model. It's kind of a long name. Not sure how I feel about that. But now in our listing view model, let's have a property. And this will actually be a prop change. So this property actually is going to change and our view is going to have to be in sync. But the type here is going to be a YouTube viewers listing item view model, since those are the items in our list view. And let me just grab that name that I have in my view. So the selected YouTube viewer listing item view model, and paste that as the property name. And the field name, same thing, but lowercase s and an underscore. And that should be good. But the key here is that whenever this changes, we want to update our selected YouTube viewer store. So let me put that into a field so we can access it in our setter. So here we go. And now in the setter, I'll take the store and set the selected YouTube viewer. So we could instantiate the YouTube viewer here, but one thing I've done in the past is I'll just pass in YouTube viewers to my listing item view models. So in this case, we have Mary, who is subscribed but not a member. And then let's pass in YouTube viewers to these other view models. So this is Sean, and then Alan, and then I'm not subscribed to myself. Let me move this up here, get rid of this, don't need that. And now what I can do is add a constructor on my listing item view model that takes in a YouTube viewer. So let's do that. And now I'll just get rid of this old constructor. So knock that out. And I'll put this YouTube viewer into a field. So I assign that to a field, get my underscore in here. And then that also means that username can come from my YouTube viewer that I passed in. Let's just grab the username off that. And now that I have the YouTube viewer on my view model, that means back in my listing view model, whenever I get a new selected YouTube viewer listing item view model, I can just set the selected YouTube viewer on my store to the YouTube viewer that I have on my view model. So back in my view model, what I actually want to do is expose this as a property that's public so that I can actually get it in my listing view model. Let me make this uppercase just for convention for properties. So now my listing view model, I can just grab the YouTube viewer. So let me explain this from the top. So I add a listing item view model to my list, and the listing item view model takes YouTube viewers. So now in my listing view model, I have the YouTube viewer defined here, and that means whenever I change the selected item on my view, not only do I get the selected YouTube viewer view model, but I also can grab the underlying YouTube viewer model and pass that to my selected YouTube viewer store. And then when I set this on my store, we're going to raise this selected YouTube viewer changed event. And then my details view model, so let me go to that, is going to have to handle that event, which I thought we did, but we didn't. So let's grab our store, and we want to subscribe to selected YouTube viewer change. So plus equals, and I'll just leave the generated name, that works. But basically, our selected YouTube viewer is going to have a different value. So that means we need to refresh all of these properties and tell our view, hey, the selected YouTube viewer is changed, re-grab all of this data. So for that, all we have to do is call on property changed and pass the name of all of these properties. So we can use name of for strong typing, and we want to update has selected YouTube viewer. And our other properties, so username is subscribe display and is member display. And another thing we have to look out for is whenever you subscribe to this global store, the store lives the entire lifetime of the application, and you might have a view model that doesn't live the entire lifetime of the application and is constantly created and destroyed. So since we subscribe here, this means that this view model is never going to be able to clean up because it's always going to have a reference by our store. So in that case, you'd have to dispose of this view model. And to do that, you could have a dispose method on your view model base. So let's actually add that. So dispose, and nothing to dispose in our view model base. So we'll just make it empty. And we want to let other classes override dispose. So in our details view model, wherever I put that, what I'm going to do is override dispose and just unsubscribe. So now we don't have memory leaks. Although it really wouldn't be an issue here because this view model lives the entire lifetime of the application. But if we ever wanted this view model to be destroyed, we'd have to call dispose before then. So definitely something I just wanted to call out, but not super important here since our application is small and we really only have one view. But yeah, once the selected YouTube viewer changes in the store, then our UI is going to get updated. So let's go ahead and see this. So starting off, we have unknown. I think we'll probably tackle this next and show something like please select a user. But let's select Sean. And there we go. We get Sean. I'm not subscribed and I'm not a member. How about Alan? There we go. He is subscribed and he is a member. Oh, and I actually just found a null pointer. So if I unselect this, so control clicked, then we get a null pointer because we're trying to get the YouTube viewer from this new value, but our new value is null, so we can't get a YouTube viewer. So we're gonna have to null check this. We can just do an optional chain here, and that should be good. It should just set the selected YouTube viewer in our store to null. So let's try that, and there we go. It goes back to null, and we get unknown, blah blah blah. So let's tackle all that unknown stuff, and that's gonna be in our YouTube viewer details component. So what I'm going to do is define another grid here, and this grid is just going to have a text block in it, and it's going to say please select a YouTube viewer to see their details. And now I have two grids inside my border, so I need to surround both of these in a grid. So let's surround with a tag, just a grid by default. And now I only want to show this grid if has selected YouTube viewer is false. So for that condition, what we can do is use a style. So grid.style, and a style in here targeting a grid, and the style is going to have a trigger, specifically a data trigger that binds to has selected YouTube viewer. And if that is false, then I'm going to set the visibility of this grid to visible, which means by default in our style, the visibility is going to be collapsed. And then I'm going to grab this style and do the same exact thing for our content grid. And by default, it's going to be collapsed. But if we do have a selected YouTube viewer, so that's true, then we'll display this grid. So let's see how this looks. And that font size is way too big. I forgot. I actually want this to just be default 14, I think. And there we go. Although that text should have been wrapping. Why was it not wrapping? Do we need text wrapping as wrap with overflow? Oh, okay, yeah. So we do need that. But nonetheless, I just wanted to be the default font size. And that looks good. So we can select users. We can unselect. And perfect. All right, now that we're pretty much done with this main YouTube viewers view, we're going to have to tackle these modals. So we're going to have a modal to add a YouTube viewer. And by modal, I just mean like a pop-up kind of thing that takes up the entire screen. And then we're also going to have a modal view to edit one of the YouTube viewers in this list. So we're going to have to set up our modal. I think first I want to scaffold out the views that are going to go into the modal. So that being said, let's add a new view over here. A user control again. This is going to be the add YouTube viewer view. And then we're also going to have another user control. This will be the edit YouTube viewer view. So I actually just realized I don't have Figma prototypes for these. I have a vision in my head of how I want them to look, but maybe I should put together a prototype real quick. Should I do this on video? Yeah, let's do it. Okay. So I'm going to copy this for now. Just get a starting point. I'm going to get rid of this because we're not going to have that. Going to get rid of that. I'm probably just going to get rid of all of this. And this is going to be called the add page. It's going to be like smaller because it's just going to be a modal. And then I'll call this title add YouTube viewer. Maybe a little bit wider. Let's do that. Probably don't need as much margin. Let's move this over like that. That's probably fine. And actually, I am going to have these labels. So YouTube username, is subscribed, and is member. So I'm just copy those and move those over here. There we go. So I probably want to keep the same spacing. And let's do something like that. And then we're going to have a text box for the username. So we can just do a little rectangle here with a white fill and a black stroke. I guess we'll space it out a little bit. Maybe this page will be smaller than I thought. I think that's good. Keep it centered with our label. And then is subscribed and is member, those are just going to be checkboxes. So I'll do little squares here. Probably want it to be the same height as that. All right, so that's good. I want it to be lined up, no fill, and another black stroke. Actually, this is probably going to be smaller than the text box. Let's do that. About 15. That looks good. Still going to be lined up, centered with our label. If I can get that. I think that's what we want. And then left align with our text box. And then one more checkbox for is member. And then I'm going to have my button over here as well. So we're going to have that right here. How about submit? And then we'll have another button for cancel. And this button is just going to be gray. And the text will have to be not white. Make it stand out. We'll make it black. And I think that looks good enough. And then we're going to have another page for editing. So the edit page. And actually, that's just going to be exactly the same thing. So the only difference is that there's going to be some pre-filled values here based on what you're editing. And this title is going to be edit instead. So that's pretty much it. We can go ahead and build this. So let me head back into our views. And for our ad page, we really have two rows here. So the first row is the header for the page. And then the second row is the entire form. And the reason the form is just one row is because I'm going to move that to its own component so I can reuse it between the add and edit views. So first we're going to have some row definitions. So first row, it's going to be auto height. And then our component can just fill the remaining space, just be star, the form component that is. And then we're going to have our header. I want the header to be the same font size that I have on my main view. So in fact, I can move this to its own style. Sure, why not? So we'll have a style targeting a text block. And this is not going to be a default style because I don't want everything to have massive font size. So we'll just call this the page header. And the only thing special about this is the font size is going to be 32, I think. So kind of overkill to move this to its own style, but who knows? Maybe it's useful. I might want to do something to all the headers in my application. So I think this is a good style. We're going to get rid of this font size and use our style. So point to our static resource of page header. And same thing for the header that we haven't added here. Let me just go ahead and copy this text block from our main page and move it into my add view. And the only difference is that this is the row that it goes in. And the text is add YouTube viewer. And while I'm here, I might as well just do the same exact thing for my edit view. So let's paste that in there. Looks good. And this is going to be edit YouTube viewer. So now I just need that single form component. And I'm going to call that, I'm going to put it in my components folder, but I'm going to call it the YouTube viewer details form. And I just realized I named my details component that I made before YouTube viewers, like with an S at the end, details. Kind of wish it was just YouTube viewer details.xaml. I don't know why I have an S on there, but maybe it makes sense because it's on the YouTube viewers page. But yeah, gonna focus on the form now. So we have username, is subscribed, is a member, and then we have the button actions. So the overall structure for this form is gonna be similar to the YouTube viewers details component, where we had to use is shared size scope and have those two columns. So I think I'm gonna start by copying that grid where we defined is shared size scope and just use that as a starting point. So let me copy that and paste that in our details form. But I think it's going to be pretty different actually. So first off, we're not going to have like this text block header because the username is actually going to be a form field. So not going to have that. And instead, we're going to have another one of these 2 column layouts. And this is going to be for the username. So it's going to go in grid row 0. We don't really need any top margin because there's not going to be anything above this. And the text here is going to be username. I think in my prototype I said YouTube username again, but we decided we just want username. And this will be a binding to username. We'll have that on our view model eventually, which we haven't created. And then after username, we have is subscribed. And this is going to be a checkbox. And is checked is going to be a binding to an is subscribed property. And then we're going to do the same thing for is member. It's going to be a binding to an is member property. This is a checkbox once again, and the properties is checked. And that should be everything for like the form input. We don't need this grid style because this is always going to be visible. We don't have that selected stuff. So that should be good. The only thing after these form inputs is that we're going to have another row for the submit and cancel buttons. So let's have, I feel like we can just make this a stack panel and make the orientation horizontal. And in that case, we can just make it a wrap panel, I think. Might as well. So that's horizontal by default. And this will go in grid row 1. So we're going to have some grid rows on our root grid. So let's have row definitions. So row definition, the first one's going to be height auto. I was thinking star. I think I want auto. If I wanted the buttons to be at the bottom of our modal pop-up, I would want this to be star. Maybe I want that. I don't think I do. Let's do auto so that our buttons are pressed up against our form so that it's easier to click it. I think that's like Fitts law or something where buttons should be easy to acquire. But anyways, after that grid with the form inputs, we're going to have this wrap panel that we mentioned. And that's just going to have one button that's going to say submit and another button that's going to say cancel. And these are going to have to bind to some commands, which we'll eventually add to our future view model. So we're going to have a submit command and a cancel command. I'm also going to have some margin to the right of our submit button, just to get some space between these buttons. Maybe just 10. I think 20 might be a little bit too much, even though we've been going overboard with 20. In fact, I think we're going to have 20 as the top margin for our wrap panel. And I think we have margins on all of these already. Yep, we do. 20 again. Very nice. And then our cancel button is going to need its own style. So let me define that in the app.xaml. Let's just copy our button style, the default one that is, and make some adjustments. So first off, we're going to give this a key. We're going to call this button secondary. And then we're going to inherit our default button. So we're going to base off static resource x type of button. So that'll point to our default button style up here, which means we don't need this padding. We don't need cursor. All this alignment stuff will inherit. Foreground for secondary button is going to be black. And then background, let me just copy this from Figma. So it's E1, E1, E1. That's like super light. I hope that looks good. We'll see. Our template's going to be same as our default button, so we don't need that. The only thing that's going to change is these animations. So the colors are going to be different. So the exit action is going to return to our normal gray. And then the enter action, we'll just make it gray. I could grab some kind of custom hex, but I feel like gray should be good enough. So that should be good for that button secondary style. Let's define that on our form. So the style for our cancel button is going to be button secondary. Nice. All right, so we got our form. So back in my add view, I'm going to have that form in here. So this is the YouTube viewer details form. Let's import that from components. We're going to have some top margin. I'm going to go with 30, so a little bit more than our usual spacing. Or maybe not. I should probably do 20 because I think that's what I did between my header and my content on my main page. Did I do that? Yeah, so I did 20 here as well. Let's keep it consistent. And then let's also add our form to the edit view. So let's import that. I think we should be able to control dot. There we go. Oh, and I forgot to set the grid row. So this is grid row 1, and same for our add view, grid row 1. So before we start getting in the modals and stuff, I do want to just see how these views look. So let me just hard code those into my main window. So I'll get rid of our normal view, and let's set our add view in here. And why don't we just throw our edit view in here as well? And I'll just make this a stack panel so that they're not overlapping. And let's see how this looks for now. All right, so here's our add view, just this section up here. I think that looks okay. Thinking about it, I'm not sure if I'm sold on making these bold. Is that kind of weird? And this is not, doesn't look like it's lined up with that. So that's one thing I want to fix. Let's go to our form. Is there some kind of vertical alignment we have to do? Let's try that, vertical alignment center. Oh yeah, that definitely fixed it. Okay, let's do that for the other checkbox. And yeah, that looks much better. Maybe that's everything we were missing, because now this view feels better. Oh, I forgot to make this username a text box instead of a text block. So let's fix that. Text box. It doesn't look good. I think the width is going to have to be star so that it actually fills. Do I want to set a max width? Let's do it. Okay. Let's do max width. How about 250? I think that's good. That looks good. I feel like we could use some more spacing between like these buttons and this header and our form. Even though I said I didn't want to do that, I kind of just feel like doing it anyways. So let's do that in our add view. Let's do 30 for add and edit. So subtle difference. I think it looks good. And then I do want the buttons to have a little bit more spacing too. Let's do 30 on that stack panel. And yeah, I think that looks better. And then I actually can't scroll on this page, and most of our pages don't need scrolling, but it is a good idea to always just define a scroll bar at the root of your application. So we'll do a scroll viewer over here, and vertical scroll bar is going to be auto, so it's only going to turn on when it needs to. And same with the horizontal. I think that's the default for horizontal, but just want to make sure. And let's throw that in there, and we should be able to scroll now. There we go. Very nice. And this gray hover is a little bit too dark, so I think I am going to grab a hex value for our secondary button style. So I'll just snag one from our color picker and paste that in there. And that looks the same. I don't know. Maybe we have to restart. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we just need something lighter. How about this? So paste that in there, and let's see how that looks. Oh, now it's like super light. Let's try this. All right, that looks good. Just a little bit lighter. I feel like there's a little bit too much margin between our buttons too. So we did 10. I guess we'll try 5. That looks good. So we should be good on the UI for our modals. The last thing I want is the ability to possibly disable this button. So we could set is enabled as a binding to can submit. So we'll have that on our view model eventually. And if that's false, then this button will be disabled. I don't think we have a disabled state for that button, so maybe we should add that. So it does make it not really like, it doesn't change the cursor, and you can't click it, but I feel like we should have some kind of opacity. So let's add that. So app.xaml. So this will be a trigger. Let's get this trigger closed. And we're gonna have another trigger based on is enabled. And if is enabled is false, then we're gonna set the button opacity to, I think 0.7 is usually what I do. I don't know, we'll have to see how it looks. And yeah, that looks good. So clearly disabled. And since we defined that on our base style, then it'll also work for our secondary button as well. And one other thing, I feel like there's not enough like top bottom padding on our buttons. Let's do 10 for top bottom. All right, that's too much. How about 8? It's a weird number. I think 8 looks good. How about 20 left and right? How's that look? Oh, that looks even better. So yeah, we'll do 20 left and right, and then 8 top and bottom. Shout out Lamar Jackson. And that should be everything for our views, I think. Let's get rid of this is enabled, or turn that back to our binding to can submit, which we'll implement on our view model. So that's next. Let's create a couple view models. We'll have the add YouTube viewer view model, and then we'll also have the edit YouTube viewer view model. And then I think I also want a view model for the form, so we can reuse that between our add and edit view models. So this will be the YouTube viewer details form view model. And I guess on that note, we'll start here. So this is going to extend view model base. And now we're going to go crazy with some prop changes. So I have this prop change snippet. I'll leave a link in the description. But all this does is scaffold out a property and add this on property change. So we're going to have a few of these. The first one's going to be for the user's username. And just like that, scaffold out a property. This snippet is so awesome. And then we're also going to have a Boolean for is subscribed. And then one more, a Boolean again for is member. So set that property. So what other bindings do we need? We got username, subscribed, member. We need our commands. So we're going to need a submit and cancel command. Let's add those. Those can be read only. Import.command, the submit command, and the cancel command. And then we also have one more property for can submit. And I think this is going to be a calculated property. So a Boolean can submit. And the way we calculate this is, I think all we should check is if the username actually has a value. So it's not null or empty. So the string is null or empty username. And you can submit if it is not null or empty. But one thing to point out here is that can submit is dependent on our username property. So that means in our username setter, whenever this changes, we're also going to have to raise on property changed for can submit so that our UI will reevaluate this property getter. So we got the form view model. So let's head into the add view model and start messing with this. So this is going to inherit from view model base. And pretty much all we're going to have here is a property for our form view model. So let's set that, just give it a basic name, and we'll instantiate that and set it in the constructor. And we'll go ahead and do the same exact thing for the edit view model as well. So now we've reached a point where things are a little bit complex. We're going to have to deal with some navigation. So specifically, we're going to have a modal that can handle this add and edit view model. And we're going to have to navigate into that modal. So overall, we're going to have to manage the state of our modal. Are we showing a modal? What view model is currently in the modal? And to manage that state, we're going to have a store. So I discuss stores and navigation more in my navigation series, which is really great, but we're going to get into it here as well. So we're going to have a modal navigation store, and this will just have a property. I'll scaffold this out as a prop change, but we're not going to be calling on property changed. And it's going to have a view model base property. So let's import that. Let's fix this. And this name is going to be the current view model. Same with the property name, current view model. And I did mention earlier, actually, that stores shouldn't reference view models. But for navigation, it's like this store is on the same layer as our view models. It's like a view model store almost. In most cases, you're probably not going to have one of these, but navigation is one of those tricky concepts in WPF where you definitely need to manage the state. But anyways, whenever our current view model changes, we're going to raise an event like we did on our other store. So this is going to be just an action for current view model changed. And then we'll invoke that event in our setter. So if it has subscribers, raise the event. And we should be good to use this store now. So we're going to define this store in our app.xaml. So same thing like we did for our other store, except this is going to be the modal navigation store. And let's instantiate that in our constructor. And now we're ultimately going to bind to this current view model on our modal navigation store in our main window. And if we have a current view model inside of that store, then we're going to display some kind of modal on top of our page's content. But I want to talk about our data context real quick for this main window. So right now, the data context is our YouTube viewers view model. So that being said, we're going to have our modal navigation store as a property on this view model, which doesn't really feel right because the modal stuff doesn't really apply to any of our YouTube viewers stuff. So I think what I'm going to do And this is usually how I approach most applications, but I have a main view model. So let's add that. And the main purpose of the main view model is just to be the shell of the application. So it's just going to get the current view model from your navigation store, or in this case, our modal navigation store, and display that in the main window. And it kind of makes sense anyways to have like this one-to-one relationship between our views and view models. In this case, we're having a view model for our main window, where before we didn't really have anything. So we're going to have this extend view model base. We're going to have our modal navigation store in here. And then I mentioned the main view model controls navigation for your application. We don't have navigation for like our main page. We only have it for this modal that we're going to create. So in that case, I'm just going to have this property for the YouTube viewers view model, which is the only page that we have in our application. So I don't need anything complex with like a navigation store or something that I've done in the past where I've had multiple pages. We can just have this single view model as a property. So I'm going to take both of these through the constructor. Let me just generate a new constructor. So get rid of this and control dot on all of my fields and properties, generate a constructor. So what I'm going to do is head up into my app.xaml.cs where my application starts. And now my data context for the main window is going to be a new main view model. And this takes my modal navigation store and also my YouTube viewers view model, which I can just pass in here. And let me just move this to a variable just to keep things a little bit cleaner. There we go. That's good. I suppose I could also put this into a field like my other stuff if I wanted to, but we'll leave this for now. I think we're all good there. So now my main window has a main view model as its data context. So first off, let me revert all of this other stuff I had, and I guess I'll leave this grid, but get rid of these modal views that I was kind of playing with and just bring back my old view. And the data context for this is going to have to be a binding to my YouTube viewers view model on my main view model, which is the data context for my main window. So there we go. Let's run this and make sure we don't have any like weird binding stuff. But that looks good. Everything's working as expected still. But now that we have our modal navigation store up, we're first going to have to expose the current modal view model as a property here so we can bind to it in our main window. So the current modal view model, and we're getting that from our modal navigation store, the current view model. I also want a property for if the modal's open. So this will be a boolean is modal open, and this will just be if the modal navigation store. How about we have an is open property on here? I think that's what I usually like to do, just to encapsulate all the open logic. So we'll add a property on there, and is open will be a calculated property based on the current view model. So if the current view model does not equal null, then we are open. So all good there. But one other thing I have to do is subscribe to current view model changed. And whenever the current view model changes on our modal, we're going to have to raise on property changed for our current modal view model, as well as if our modal is open or not. So make sure our view regrabs these properties that we grab out of our modal. I guess we could also dispose of this event subscription, even though our main view model is going to live the entire lifetime of the application. I guess for consistency, we'll do it, but shouldn't have caused a memory leak anyways. But now we expose all of these modal properties on our main view model. Now we just need to use those in our main window and actually display the modal. So I did a UI workshop similar to what I had done earlier with the drop-down menu, but I did another one for a modal. So let's manage our NuGet packages. And maybe I call this modal.wpf. Oh, simple modal.wpf. This one actually has a lot of downloads. Wow, I did not know that. But let's install that. And we'll put our modal inside of here. Actually, I don't want margin on my modal. So let's move our margin onto this view. And let's put our modal up here. So import that. And the content for the modal is going to be a content control with the content binding to our current modal view model property. And let me just rename this to, how about custom? So that namespace, there we go. And our modal also has an isOpen property. So let's bind that to if our modal is open. We don't need that property. So is modal open. There we go. And let's just hard code our modal to be open. So in my main view model, I'll take the modal navigation store and set the current view model to, how about a new add YouTube viewer view model. And we should see that form inside of a modal. Or should we? How about it? Let's see. Are we going to see something weird? And yeah, we do. So a couple things here. First off, our modal doesn't have the content that we want. So what we have to do is map our add YouTube viewer view model to the add YouTube viewer view. And the way to do that is with data templates. So if we take our window resources, you could define these data templates in your app.xaml too, but I'll just keep them here for now because this is where we actually do the mapping. We're going to have a data template, and the data type is going to be our add YouTube viewer view model. And whenever we have a content control where the content evaluates to be this add YouTube viewer view model, I want to actually display an add YouTube viewer view. And then going to do the same exact thing, but this is going to be for the edit YouTube viewer view and for the edit view model as well. So it doesn't really know what these view models are, so we're going to have to import those. So we'll have another namespace. We'll call this VMs, and then I'll point to our view models namespace. So we'll have to prefix this type and make sure it knows that it's coming from our view models namespace. And there we go. We get some IntelliSense. There's all of our view models. And same thing for the edit view model too. So now we're mapping our content and our content control to the correct view. So we should see that displayed. And there's going to be one more issue, as we can see. And the last thing we actually have to do is make sure that our modal displays on top of our content. Right now it's behind it, and it looks freaking terrible. And I think we can just define a z index of 1, and that should put it above. There we go. Now it's above. And one more thing, we should probably have some margin on our modal content. So we can just can we define it here? Is that going to look good? We'll do 25. I wish it was a little bit wider though. Maybe we can have like, we could set a width. I don't really think I want to. Let's just do a bunch of margin to the left and right. Not a bunch, but a little bit more. That looks good. And then, okay, even if our app gets too small, we can still use a scroll bar. So I think this is good. And then just to make sure our edit looks good too, we will change that here to the edit view model. And I think we forgot to do something here. And we did not extend view model base. Let's do that. That should fix our errors. And there we go. Now we get the edit view in here. So now we just need to implement the functionality on these views and actually open these modals when we're supposed to. So how about we start by opening the modals? And this is finally where we're going to get into commands. So let me do some cleanup here, close out some pages, get rid of this hard-coded view model in our modal. So ultimately what I want to do is make this add YouTube viewers command open my add YouTube viewer view. And this command binds to this add button right here. So let's create a new folder for commands. And I do all kinds of navigation abstractions in my navigation series, but I'm not sure if we're going to get to those here. I feel like if we don't need them, then we're not going to implement them. But if you're interested in that, check out my navigation series. But we're going to start off by creating a new command in here. This will be the open add YouTube viewer command. So this command is just going to open that modal, and we're going to have to implement iCommand. So one thing I want to point out is that I'm using class commands. There is a lot of discussion. I know a lot of people like to use relay commands or callback commands, delegate commands, whatever you want to call them. I have a video where I go through the differences between both and why I prefer class commands, but I still think it's kind of preference. There are some nice things about class commands, which is why I use them. So let's implement this interface, and we get all kinds of stuff here. I should probably abstract this into a command base. Why don't we start with that? It's not a bad idea. So we're going to have command base, and this is going to implement iCommand. So import that, and to implement the interface again, which we just did, but this is going to be the base command. So execute is just going to be abstract, and then can execute, I like to make this virtual and just provide a default. So by default, can execute will be true, and we'll have to make this class abstract. Can't forget that. And then I like to have a helper method to automatically raise can execute changed. So let's add that. This can just be protected. Might as well make it virtual in case we want to override it. Usually don't, but this is on can execute changed, and we'll take can execute changed and invoke it with this as the sender and just empty event args. So you might be wondering, like, what is can execute changed? And basically what we do with commands is we raise this event whenever can execute would return a different value. And if can execute returns false, then your button that your command binds to will automatically be disabled. But now that we have this base command, let's head up to our original command and let's get rid of all this and extend command base and implement the abstract class. So now, much easier. Now all we have to do is implement execute. So this is opening our modal. So we're going to need our modal navigation store in here. So let's import that and get that through the constructor. And this is putting the add YouTube viewer view model in the modal. So let's instantiate one of those. And then just take our modal navigation store, set the current view model as our add YouTube viewer view model. So now we'll be displaying that in the modal. And that's pretty much all we have to do. So back in our YouTube viewers view model, let's set the add YouTube viewers command to be a new open add YouTube viewer command. That's going to need our modal navigation store. So we're just going to have to get that through the constructor. So there we go, added that parameter. And now let's head up to our app.xaml.cs. So let's pass in our modal navigation store here. And now we should be good to open our modal. So let's see, let's add, and there we go. There's our modal, and we get a bunch of binding errors. I actually didn't expect that. And I think that's because we're not binding to this form. So let me go to the add YouTube viewers view model. So we got our form on here, but I don't think our view, so this view needs to set the data context for our form as a binding to our form view model. So let's paste that into the view, and we'll have to do the same thing for the edit view as well. So let's do that. There we go. Now we got our data context, and let's see, we shouldn't see those binding errors anymore. And there we go, all good. And look at that, looks like our button's disabled, so our can submit binding is working. So let's actually type something in. And okay, so that's an annoying thing with text boxes is by default, they only update bindings whenever you unfocus them. So to fix that, what we can do is come into our form, and for this username binding, we can set the update source trigger to property changed. So immediately when this value changes, we'll propagate the changes to our binding. So let's type, and there we go, our button updates. So the next thing I want to do is be able to close this modal when it's open. So when I click cancel, I want it to close. Right now it does nothing. So that's going to be another command. We'll call this the close modal command. We're going to extend command base. So implement that. All we got to do is implement execute. And we're going to be dealing with our modal. So we're going to need our modal navigation store. Put that into a field and get that through the constructor. And all we're going to do is take our navigation store, and setting the current view model to null would close the modal. But I think what I want to do is have a close method on my modal navigation store to just encapsulate that logic. So let's generate that. And all this is going to do is set the current view model to null. So there we go. That'll close it. And that should be pretty much everything we need for the close modal command. Now, where do we need this? That's going to be in our form. So our details form view model, we have this cancel command. Let's get that through the constructor. In fact, let's get both of these commands through the constructor. So I'm going to select these and generate a constructor for those. And it puts it in like the weirdest place. Let me move this back down there. There we go. So now I have to update my view models that use this form. So it's the add view model. That's going to need, I guess we don't really have a submit command yet. So let's make that null. And then we'll have a cancel command, which I'll put into a variable, just a local one. Let's import I command. And our cancel command is going to be our close modal command. So import that. And we're going to end up doing the same exact thing. Oh, this needs our modal navigation source. So we're going to need that passed to this view model. So let's get that through the constructor. And we're going to end up doing the same exact thing in our edit view model. So let me just copy this and head into this edit view model and change this. Import everything we need. And again, get the modal navigation store through the constructor. And then lastly, since we made some constructor changes here, our open view model is going to have to pass the modal navigation store, which we conveniently have right here, to our add YouTube viewer view model. So overall, pass the modal navigation store down to our add view model, which creates this close modal command using the navigation store. And we pass that command down to our cancel button on our form view model. So now we should be able to close the modal. So let's open and then close. There we go. Nice. So we still have a bunch more to do here with like submit and stuff, but let's knock out this navigation stuff. So let's open the edit view model whenever we click edit on one of these list items. So that's going to be all the way down in our YouTube viewers listing item view model. We get this edit command. So this edit command, let's create a command for that. It's going to be the open edit YouTube viewer command. It's going to be super similar to our add one. So let me just start by copying that, but it is going to be quite different, I think. But this is a good start. Let's make sure we fix the naming and import all of our stuff. And we're going to be using our edit YouTube viewer view model. So rename that. And whenever we edit, I want my form to be pre-filled with the YouTube viewer details. So I'm going to take that through the constructor. This is just going to be the YouTube viewer model. I guess you could pass in the view model if you wanted to. I feel like all we need is the model here. So pass that in. And what we're going to do is populate all of those properties on the form. So we're going to set the username to the YouTube viewer username that we're editing. And then the other properties we're going to set, so is subscribed and is member. We'll just snag those off of the model. And there we go. Now our form is going to be pre-filled. So we're going to have to pass this YouTube viewer in when we instantiate this view model. So we're going to have to get that through the constructor. So we're going to need the YouTube viewer that we want to edit. So let's put that into a field. And then we'll be able to pass that to the view model that we create. So all good here, I think. Now we just need to set up this command in our listing item. And I think we'll be able to just define the command as a parameter to this constructor. Usually I do this thing where I'll create the command in this constructor with like a factory or something, but I don't think we have to do that here. I think we can just take in the command through the constructor. So we will assign edit command to whatever command we pass in. And let's see, this bubbles up to our viewers listing view model. So this is all going to kind of get long. Let me have like a little helper method here. I have a feeling this is just going to be temporary. We'll just call it add YouTube viewer, or I don't know, it might be permanent. We'll see. And we'll just take in the YouTube viewer that we want to add, and we'll grab this add method on our observable collection, and we will pass that YouTube viewer to the listing item view model. And then we're going to have to create this edit command. So we'll put that into a variable, the edit command. And this will be a new open edit YouTube viewer command, the thing that we just created. And we can pass in our YouTube viewer. And then we have to pass in our modal navigation store. So we're going to have to get that passed all the way down here. So let's get that as a parameter to this. And then we'll have to get that as a parameter to this view model. but let's use this add YouTube viewer method real quick. So actually, we can just get rid of all this, add YouTube viewer, and then we're going to have to pass in our modal navigation store, which we're going to get through this constructor. So add a parameter for that, and let's keep on using this method. So it kind of cleans this up a little bit. Keep on passing down our modal navigation store. This is where that thing that I had mentioned, create command, like the factory method, would have been useful so that we didn't have to know about this modal navigation store inside here. I'll try and link an example of where I use create command, but I think this is okay for now. It's not like we're getting a bunch of dependencies passed through this constructor, so we're all good. And let's pass down the modal navigation store now to our listing view model. We finally have it here in our YouTube viewers view model. So let's kind of explain this. Our listing view model gets a modal navigation store, which we use to instantiate this open edit YouTube viewer command, which takes the YouTube viewer that we want to edit and our modal navigation store, which we pass down. And then we just pass down this command to our listing item view model. So it's bound to this edit command. So whenever we click edit in that drop down, what's going to happen? Oh, I'm not digging that pop-up. Why would it do that? Well, the editing is working, as you can see, but dang, that pop-up is not looking good. I do not know what we're going to do about that, but that pop-up needs to close whenever we click the button. So let's see, can we make that work? All right, so I took some time to think about it, and what we're going to do is whenever we click these buttons, either one, I just want to manually close the drop-down menu, and that should be able to fix this issue that is quite nasty. So to do this, what we kind of have to do is give our drop-down menu a name. So we'll just call it drop-down. But the issue here is if we want to control this drop-down menu in our code behind, we can't really do that. So if we try and access our drop-down, it's not going to be available because obviously we have multiple drop-down menus because this is in our list view. So since it's inside of this data template, we can't access it. So ultimately what I was thinking we could do is move all of this to its own component that'll have its own code behind, and we can do whatever we want there. So let's add a new user control in our components. So this is going to be the YouTube viewers listing item. So this is kind of cool having its own user control because we have our own view model for the listing item as well. So this kind of keeps the one-to-one relationship there. And now back in our listing, we can just copy everything inside of our data template. So the border all the way up, we can cut that out. And instead, we're going to use our YouTube viewers listing item. And that's all we have to do here. Now in our listing item, let's just paste in that border that has all the UI for our listing items, and we're going to have to import our drop-down menu namespace. There we go. So now we will be able to access the drop-down menu in code behind. So for this button style, what I'm going to do is use an event setter, and the event I want to subscribe to is whenever the button is clicked, I think. I don't know if we want to do click or mouse down. I think click is probably what we want. So we want a handler for that. Let's just generate one of those. And that's called button click. It's now in our code behind. And whenever a button is clicked, we want to take our drop down menu, or I guess we just called it drop down, and we want to set is open to false. So let's put a breakpoint here and try this out. So open the drop down menu, let's edit, and we hit our breakpoint. Let's continue. Drop down was closed and our modal was opened. So that is definitely working. Let's get rid of the breakpoint and see it real quick. So edit, there we go. Drop down was closed and our modal is open. So that takes care of that issue. Now we can move along with the rest of our modal functionality. So really all that's left is the submit button. So whenever we add a new YouTube viewer, we want this, after we hit submit, we want this to appear in our list of YouTube viewers. So this is going to be its own command, and we're going to have to, I believe that is in the add YouTube viewer view model. So we're going to want to pass a submit command down to our form view model. So let's kind of set that up a little bit. Let's generate a variable for the submit command. There we go, and it's just null for now. Let's go ahead and create that command. We'll call this the submit add YouTube viewer command, or we could just call it create YouTube viewer command, or maybe just add YouTube viewer command. That sounds good, I think. So let's set that up. And whenever we add a YouTube viewer, it's ultimately gonna save that YouTube viewer to a database, which we haven't really set up. But really, whenever we execute this command, it's gonna have to be async. So we're gonna need some kind of async command. So I'm gonna add that. That's gonna be an async command base class. And that's just gonna allow us to have our execute method in our command be async so that we can await stuff when we access the database, so that ultimately we don't block the UI. So let's set this up. I think we can just inherit from command base. So let's do that. And this class is going to be abstract as well. And classes that inherit from async command base are going to have to implement a method that is async. So it's going to return a task, and it's just going to be execute async. I guess we'll pass down the parameter, even though I usually don't use it. And now whenever our command is executed, so whenever our button that this command is binding to is clicked, this is going to run, and we want to call execute async. So let's do that, and we're going to have to await this. So await execute async, we'll pass down the parameter. And the issue here is that we're using async await, and this method is not async. So let's make it async. And this is the classic issue with async voids, but it's usually okay for button handlers, which this pretty much is. You can make an async void. The only thing to look out for is that you definitely want to handle errors inside of this method, because otherwise you're not going to be able to handle them anywhere else. And I think I have a video where I go deeper into async commands, so I'll definitely link that, but we're just going to go with a basic implementation here. And in fact, we're just going to eat the exceptions, because otherwise, if this exception funneled out of this method, I'm pretty sure it would crash our process, so we don't want our application to crash. So eat the exception here, and ultimately any class that extends our async command base should really implement its own error handling. So we're definitely going to enforce that in our own commands that extend this. But this should be good enough for async command base. So back in our add YouTube viewer command, let's extend async command base and implement that, and now we get this execute async that's going to run whenever we click our button. So eventually we're going to have some logic here to actually add our YouTube viewer to the database, but for now, whenever we submit on these screens, we're just going to close our modal. So kind of going to do the same thing as our close modal command, where we take our modal navigation store and we close it. So I'm going to get that through the constructor of my add YouTube viewer command. So let's just copy that in here, import everything we need, and make sure we rename our constructor. And then we'll just take our modal navigation store and close our modal. And then we're actually going to scaffold out our edit YouTube viewer command in the same way. So that's whenever we click submit on the edit modal. So I'm just going to copy this command exactly and rename it to be the edit YouTube viewer command, and let's rename that inside of the class. There we go, same functionality, and we'll just change our comment a little bit. So it is going to be quite different once we get around to implementing it, but right now it's exactly the same as our other commands. So let's go ahead and use these commands now. So that's going to be in our add YouTube viewer view model. So we want our submit command to be the add YouTube viewer command. We can pass in our modal navigation store, and then let's head over to our edit view model, and same thing, submit command. This time it's going to be an edit YouTube viewer command, and we'll pass that down to the form view model. So now whenever we submit, we should see that our modal closes. So let's go to edit and submit. There we go, it closes. We just have to actually make that change in the database, and then whenever we add, we can go ahead and submit, and it closes. So before we connect to a database, let's actually make it so that whenever we add a YouTube viewer, it actually pops up in this list. So this is actually another case of view model communication. So we want this add YouTube viewer view model to communicate down to this YouTube listing view model. And how do we do that? Well, like we did with the selected YouTube viewer store, we're going to have another store. And this one is going to be much more basic. It's going to be the YouTube viewers store. So this is going to be the single source of truth for our YouTube viewers, and it's going to manage all of that state. So let's make this public. And right now, let's just have an event. We'll make it an action, but the parameter for this action is going to be the YouTube viewer, because this event is going to be the YouTube viewer added event, and we'll make it public. And this YouTube viewer parameter is, of course, going to be the YouTube viewer that was added. So we're going to expose a method on here. We're going to make it async because eventually, like we said, we're going to connect to a database, and we can just call this method add. I feel like YouTube viewer is kind of implied. We'll get a YouTube viewer as a parameter. And for now, all we're going to do is take our YouTube viewer added event and invoke it with our added YouTube viewer. So now we're going to need this YouTube viewer store passed down to our add YouTube viewer command and eventually our edit YouTube viewer command. So let's instantiate this. This is going to live at the top of our application, just like our other stores do. So this is the YouTube viewers store. So add a field for that, instantiate that in the constructor. And we're going to pass this down. We're going to start off by passing it down to our YouTube viewers view model. So the YouTube viewers store, we'll add a parameter for that. So there we go. And let's head down to the store. Let me get rid of this underscore in front. And we're going to have to pass this store down to our listing view model so that our list of YouTube viewers knows whenever a YouTube viewer was added. So let's add a parameter there. And then while we're here, we're also going to have to pass it to our open add YouTube viewer command, because this command instantiates our add YouTube viewer view model, which is going to use that store. So let's add that. And let's head down to our listing view model now. And let's put this into a field. So assign that. Let's see, where did that put it? Did it put it in a weird spot? No, this is good. Okay. So now that we have our YouTube viewers store in our listing view model, we are going to take that and subscribe to this YouTube viewer added event. So let's generate a handler for that. And since we're subscribing to a store, we're going to want to unsubscribe. So let's override dispose and let's unsubscribe from that event so we don't get memory leaks. And now whenever a YouTube viewer is added in our application, we can actually call this add YouTube viewer method that we created a while back. So let's do that and pass in the YouTube viewer that was added. And we also have to pass in our modal navigation store, which we don't have in a field. So let's put that into a field so we can actually use it later. There we go, in a field. And actually, now that it's in a field, we don't really need to pass it to this method. We can just reference the field from inside of here. And I guess we don't really need to hard code YouTube viewers anymore. Let's get rid of this because we can actually add them now. So basically what's going to happen is our YouTube viewer store is going to raise this YouTube viewer added event whenever that happens. And we're handling that event by adding a YouTube viewer to our YouTube viewers listing item view models. So that's going to display in the UI and we should be good here. Now all we have to do is actually get this event to raise. And that's going to be done starting in our open add YouTube viewer command. So this is where we instantiate the add YouTube viewer view model, which is what is displayed in our modal. So let's put this YouTube viewer store into a field. And now let's pass this to our add YouTube viewer view model. So add that parameter to that constructor. And let's go to that view model. And now we have our YouTube viewer store here. And ultimately we want to use this in our add YouTube viewer command. So this is what actually submits the new YouTube viewer. So we definitely want the store so that we can add the YouTube viewer to the store. So let's update that constructor. Lots of constructor updating because we're just passing stuff around. And now finally in our add YouTube viewer command, we have our store. So let's take it and let's add a new YouTube viewer. So we're going to have to actually create that YouTube viewer. So let's put that into a variable locally. We can get rid of this comment because we're actually doing it now. And let's await this. And let's instantiate our new YouTube viewer. So we need a username, is subscribed, and is a member. So we can get that from our add YouTube viewer view model actually. But in our command, we currently don't have access to the view model. So when we instantiate this command, let's just pass in this view model instance. So add a parameter for that. And now we have our view model in here. Let's put that into a field. And now that we have our view model in here, our view model has all of the values that we put into our UI. So if we take our view model and we take the form view model and we look at the properties on here, we can snag the username that the user typed in and the checkbox values for is member and is subscribed. So let's just put our form view model into a variable real quick so we can access it a bunch of times. And let's use that down here. So the username is from our form view model, the username. We can use our form view model to get is subscribed. And lastly, we have to get is member. So we instantiate our YouTube viewer by grabbing all of the values from our form that our UI binds to and has all the values that the user typed in. And then we add that YouTube viewer to our YouTube viewer store. And ultimately, that's going to raise this YouTube viewer added event and our listing is going to update. And we still need some error handling around here. So whenever we call add on our YouTube viewer store, eventually that's going to hit the database. So we definitely want to handle any kind of errors from that call. So we'll be sure to do that eventually. But right now, let's actually test this out. So right now our list of YouTube viewers is empty. We should probably have some kind of fallback text here when there is no YouTube viewers. But let's add one. So how about Alan, who is subscribed and is a member. Let's submit. And there we go. We get it in our listing. And we can edit this user. There we go. We get the details pre-filled. But if we submit this, it doesn't actually change anything. So let's do that next. So we're kind of going to go through the same process, but it's going to be for editing a user. So we're going to have another method on here. We'll make it async because eventually going to hook to a database. And it's going to take the YouTube viewer that we've edited. I feel like edit is kind of weird here. I feel like it should be update. And maybe this should have been create to kind of align with CRUD terminology. But I feel like update's more appropriate here. Maybe add's okay. We can change it if we need to. But basically, whenever a YouTube viewer is edited, we're going to raise a YouTube viewer edited event. And let's go ahead and just raise that. So YouTube viewer edited, invoke it with the updated YouTube viewer. In fact, this should be YouTube viewer updated to align with our terminology here. And now we're going to have to handle this event inside of our listing view model. So let's head down here. And we've already handled YouTube viewer added. But now let's handle YouTube viewer updated. So generate a method for that. And make sure we unsubscribe from this event whenever we dispose of this view model. And now in this updated handler, we're going to want to update whatever YouTube viewer was updated. So we're going to have to find the corresponding YouTube viewer. And really the only way to do that is if we have an ID on our YouTube viewers. So let's add an ID to this model. And it makes sense to have an ID anyways, because these are eventually going to get saved in a database. So we'll just take that ID through the constructor and assign that property. And let's see, we're probably going to have to update where we create a YouTube viewer. So we can just take GUID, new GUID, randomly generate one. And then we have IDs that we can match against. So in order to update our listing, we're first going to have to find the listing item that has the same ID as the YouTube viewer that was updated. So we'll take our list of items and we're going to find the first one. So we use first or default. So we get null if we can't find it. But we're going to find the first one where the YouTube viewer ID matches the ID of the updated YouTube viewer. So let's put that into a variable, the YouTube viewer view model. And if this value isn't null, that means that we actually found the YouTube viewer. So we'll check does not equal null. Then we'll take the YouTube viewer view model, and let's just have an update method on here and pass in the updated YouTube viewer. So let's generate this method and let's implement this. So we can make this public, and we're gonna have to set this YouTube viewer property. So let's make this a private set, and we'll just take our YouTube viewer property and set it to the new YouTube viewer. And then we're gonna have to call onPropertyChanged for this username property, because the username property depends on our YouTube viewer. So definitely want to update this so that our UI updates, just in case the username was changed, which it likely will. So we should be good here. I now realize there's probably some issues with this edit command, because when we instantiate the edit command, we pass in the YouTube viewer model, and this could now change. So this could definitely cause some issues. We'll come back to this in a second, but let's just get the basic editing functionality working. So we're handling the edit event whenever that's raised in our listing view model. Here we go. We subscribe to YouTube viewer updated. Now we just need to actually raise this event. And actually, we're going to start with this functionality inside of this view model. So here's where we instantiate the open edit YouTube viewer command, which opens our edit page in the modal. And I did just mention that one issue where we're passing in the stale model to the command, which means we could open the edit screen with outdated YouTube viewer information. So what we're going to do is actually instantiate this command inside of our listing item view model, and we'll be able to do some magic there. So if we want to instantiate this command inside of our view model, we're going to have to pass our modal navigation store down there. And this command's also eventually going to need our YouTube viewers store. So let's pass that down as well and get rid of this command. And let's move this to its own variable because it's kind of a long line. We'll just call it item view model. And let's update this constructor. So add a parameter there. And we might just have to wipe the constructor and generate a new one. Let's do that. Just generate that. And let's head in this view model. And let's get rid of this old constructor. So it should be good there. And now let's instantiate this edit command. So the edit command is going to equal a new open edit YouTube viewer command. So we're going to open that modal whenever we click edit. And instead of passing the YouTube viewer, which we mentioned could get stale, let's just pass in this view model instance. And we're also going to need to pass in our YouTube viewer store, so we can call update on there. And then we need our modal navigation store as well. So we should probably just wipe this constructor too and generate a new one. So let's control dot on this, generate just with nothing. And let's assign all of these to fields actually. So let's assign those. And I actually don't need this YouTube viewer field anymore because that field could get stale. So don't want that. And now what we're going to do is whenever we execute this method, we're going to grab whatever the current YouTube viewer is on our listing item view model. So this will ensure that we get the latest YouTube viewer instance just in case update was ever called on this item view model. And we can just pass that in to our edit screen, which is now going to be visible in our modal since we set it as the current view model. And I believe this view model is going to need our YouTube viewer store. So let's add a parameter for that. And the reason we want that there is because whenever we instantiate this edit command, so this is the command that actually handles the submit on the edit page, we want to pass in our YouTube viewer store to that. So add a parameter there, put that into a field, and now we can take the YouTube viewer store and we will update and pass in the updated YouTube viewer. But I think this is really going to be similar to what we did in the add YouTube viewer command. So I'm just going to copy all of this and paste that in the edit command and import all the stuff that we need. So the YouTube viewer, we're going to grab that from the form, and then not calling add, we're going to be calling update. So it's really the main difference there. And then we are going to need our edit YouTube viewer view model as a field here so that we can actually access our form. So let's pass that in. So in our edit YouTube viewer view model, where we create this command. Let's pass this in and add that parameter, put that into a field. And now we can access our form, which has all the info that we put into the UI, and we'll instantiate this new YouTube viewer and call update. And update is going to raise this event, which our listing view will handle. So let's run this, and we should be able to update and add and all that jazz. We're going to have to add another user. This will be Singleton Sean, who is just subscribed. And there we go. We get that added. We can see those details that we just put in reflected in here. But now let's go ahead and edit this. And now I'm a member. Hooray. Let's submit. And it doesn't quite update right away, but I believe if we reselect this, oh, it still doesn't update. So why is that? So we're going to have to trace this down, but let's start by putting some breakpoints. So here's some good debugging. So we kind of start in the store. Let's see what update gets. So we'll call edit and change this to isMember. So update receives the YouTube viewer. And there we go. True, true. Oh, it's because we're generating a new GUID whenever we call update. And obviously we use that GUID to compare which item view model we want to update. So if we go to our edit command, we should not be generating a new GUID. We should be getting the ID of the YouTube viewer that we want to update. So do we have access to that? I don't think we actually get that anywhere. I guess we could put that on the edit YouTube viewer view model. So we'll just expose a property. It'll just be read only, and it'll be the YouTube viewer ID. So the ID of the YouTube viewer that we're editing, and we can set that down here. So YouTube viewer ID, and we get our YouTube viewer passed into this constructor. So we can just snag the ID off that. And now that we have this in our command, we can use that instead. So our edit view model, just grab the YouTube viewer ID of the YouTube viewer that we're updating. So let's try this again. Should work. So we'll add one. So Singleton Sean, and I'm not a member, so submit. And there we go. We see that in the details. Let's edit this, and let's make myself a member. There we go. And this doesn't update. I think we're gonna have to raise an event to get this to update. But if I unselect this and then select it again, there we go. UI does update, and we can edit this, and we see the updated details. So we can actually change the name too, and that should update in our listing. So let's try that. There we go. It updates. We just need to update this details panel. So to do that, I think we can have that functionality in the selected YouTube viewer store. So what we can do is get the YouTube viewer store in here. So put that into a field, and we can just pass that through the constructor, and we'll subscribe to the YouTube viewer store updated event. So let's generate a handler for that. So basically what we're going to do here is if the updated YouTube viewer has the same ID as our selected YouTube viewer, then we're going to update this property to be whatever the new updated YouTube viewer is. So we'll check if the updated YouTube viewer has an ID that matches the selected YouTube viewer, which could be null, so we'll do a null check here, but check the ID on that. So if that is the case, then we're going to set the selected YouTube viewer to the updated YouTube viewer value. So let's put a breakpoint here, and we are going to have to update our constructor to pass in our YouTube viewer store. So it is okay for your stores to depend on other stores. In fact, it's kind of a good thing to make sure your application state is all up to date and you're relying on these single sources of truth. It's probably not a good thing if your stores have like circular dependencies and stuff, so definitely look out for that. But this is definitely a good example of stores depending on other stores. So let's run this, and we should see this details page get updated. So I'm not a member. Let's create that and select this, and let's edit, make myself a member, submit. And all right, we hit our breakpoint. Let's see the IDs are the same. So we're updating our selected YouTube viewer. Let's go. And there we go. Our details page updates. So our application is super reactive right now. I think pretty much all we have to do is hook up to a database. We also have to handle some edge cases, like if there's no YouTube viewers in here, we're also going to have to handle delete. And then we're going to have to handle error messages and loading states. But before we get into any of that, I feel like the next step is connecting to a database. But if you made it this far, we got a pretty solid application right now. All right, so connecting to a database, I've took some time to think about how I want to do this. I'm also a little bit less sick today, so hopefully I sound better. But I did decide that I want to split my solution into multiple projects. So we're going to have another project for all of our database interaction stuff that uses Entity Framework. So let's add a new project in our solution. Again, going to be a class library. And we'll call this YouTube viewers.entity framework and create that. Same target framework as your WPF project. And while we're here, I'm going to add one more project. So let's add that. Another class library. And this is going to be YouTube viewers.domain. So this is going to be my domain layer. Same target framework and everything. Create that. So how this is going to work is my entity framework project is actually going to reference. So let's add a project reference. It's going to reference my domain project. So let's do that. And then my WPF project is also going to reference my domain project. And now this domain project can have shared code related to my domain. So we'll see what that is in a second, but let's get rid of these placeholder classes. Don't need those. And actually, let's focus on the domain layer right now. So my domain is, of course, YouTube viewers, and it's kind of all centralized around this YouTube viewer model that I have. So in fact, this is something that I'm going to move into my domain project. So let's just move that over. And the reason I definitely want this here is because my entity framework project and my WPF project are definitely both going to use this YouTube viewer model. So let's delete it in the WPF project. Don't need it anymore. And in our domain project, let's update this namespace. This is YouTubeviewers.domain.modals now. And we'll probably have to go through our WPF project and update all the places that referenced the old namespace. So let's just knock that out real quick. In fact, we could just do a control search all through our project. So let's Control Shift F, and we want to replace in files, and we want the replace value to be YouTubeviewers.domain.model. So let's paste that in there, and we're replacing YouTubeviewers.wpf.models, and let's just search around for that. So we got it in a few places. Can we just do a replace all? I think we can. Let's try it. Risky business, but seems to have gone well. So let's save everything and build again, and it was successful. Okay, so we have successfully moved that over to our domain project. So in our domain project, we're centering around this YouTube viewer, but what else does our application do? What is our domain? Well, really, this is just kind of a CRUD application, create, read, update, and delete, but that's still considered domain logic, so we need to represent that in our domain layer. So let's add a couple folders here. One's going to be for queries. So this is going to be the R of CRUD, reading. And then another folder for commands. So this is going to be the create, update, and delete of CRUD. And I'm separating these out instead of doing a traditional repository, kind of taking a CQRS approach, command query responsibility segregation, just because I feel like it's easier to manage, it's easier to extend, and you don't end up with these repository classes that are like thousands of lines long. So keeping things simple, and we'll see just how that works. So let's start off with queries. And what are we going to be querying for? Well, when our application starts, so let's actually start it. Hopefully it runs, okay? We're going to want to query for all of the YouTube viewers and populate this list. So that's going to be our first query. Let's add something here. And this is actually going to be an interface. So this will be the I get all YouTube viewers query. So let's create that, and we'll make it public. And it's just going to have a single method that's going to return a task, because when we implement this, it's going to be asynchronous. And it's going to give us back an IEnumerable of YouTube viewers. So import that model. And we can just call the method execute. So we're going to be executing our query. And I think this will take no parameters. And the reason we added this as an interface and didn't actually just implement a class here and hit our database is because our entity framework project is going to implement this interface and take care of all the complex Entity Framework database interaction stuff. So by doing that, we can encapsulate all of the Entity Framework stuff in our Entity Framework project. And throughout our application and throughout our WPF application, we can just reference this interface that lives in our domain layer. Which means if we ever needed to, we could easily swap out this Entity Framework for something like Dapper or like a file for some reason. And it makes our code more flexible and also more testable. Even though we have 0% code coverage, which hurts my soul, but let's just focus on the fun stuff for now. So this should actually sum up all the queries we need. So taking the same approach, let's implement some commands, again, going to be as interfaces because of that whole tangent I just went on. And one command we need is to create a new YouTube viewer, which is done in our modal. So this is going to be the iCreateYouTube viewer command. And while we have this as pretty much empty, let's just duplicate this one time and another time. And the other command we're going to have is the iUpdate YouTube viewer command. And the last one we have is the iDelete YouTube viewer command. And these commands should cover the rest of our use cases. So let's scaffold out the iCreateYouTube viewer command. So this will be a task, so we can make it async, not going to return anything, and just an execute method that takes in the YouTube viewer model that we want to create. So let me actually copy this method signature because I think it's going to be the same for the iUpdate. Let me rename this the iUpdate YouTube viewer command. And let's paste in that method signature. So execute with a YouTube viewer. And this will be the YouTube viewer that we want to update. And it'll contain all the updated values. So the last interface, the iDelete YouTube viewer command. So again, just a single method. This will be execute. And in this case, I think we can just take in the ID of the YouTube viewer that we want to delete. So we don't need the whole YouTube viewer model. Just deleting by ID should be good enough. And with that, I think we're done our domain layer. Of course, every time I say that we're done something, I feel like we always come back and change something later. But I'm feeling good about this. I feel like we've added all of the commands, queries, and models that we need. So now we can focus on Entity Framework and actually implement these commands and queries against a database. So Entity Framework, let's set that up. Let's manage some NuGet packages. And let's start off by not searching for Entity Framework core because it's right here. So let's install this. And then for a database, I think we're just going to roll with SQLite, which is a file database that is pretty easy to set up. So let's search for that provider. I think Entity Framework core.SQLite. So here we go, Microsoft.entityframeworkcore.SQLite, install that. And I think we'll need a few other packages, but we'll deal with that when we get to actually scaffolding out our database and doing migrations. So first, we're going to need a DB context that's going to describe our database tables. So we'll call this the YouTube viewers DB context. And we're going to inherit from DB context, so import that. And all we're going to have is a property for a DB set. And this will be the DB set for our YouTube viewers. And we could just import our model. So if we look at that, we have the ID, username, is subscribed, and is member. So all of our properties, but these are read-only. And we made them read-only because we don't really want them to mutate throughout our application. But since these properties are read-only, it's not going to work well with Entity Framework because Entity Framework needs to set those properties with the data that it gets back from the database. And additionally, this YouTube viewer object is a domain object, and I don't want to couple this domain object to my database table layout. So what I'm going to do instead is add a DTO. So let's add a new folder for DTOs. And inside here, we'll just have a single class for our YouTube viewer DTO. And this is pretty much just going to be used to describe the database columns for our YouTube viewers table. So those columns are pretty much just going to be these properties. So let's copy these and paste them in there. The only difference is that we're going to be able to set these properties, which is going to be needed by Entity Framework. And since this DTO is completely decoupled from our YouTube viewer in our domain layer, we could add any properties we want without affecting our domain model. So in my opinion, it's nice to have these decoupled. And actually, additionally, you can add data annotations for Entity Framework to your DTOs without cluttering your domain object. So for example, we could explicitly say this ID property is the primary key, but we don't really have to do that because Entity Framework identifies that for us because the name of the property is ID. But anyways, we have our DTO now, and that is going to be the type for our DB set. So let's import that from our DTOs, and we'll call this DB set YouTube viewers. So when we generate our database using this DB context, we'll get a table of YouTube viewers, which is exactly what we want. So now that we have our DB context, we're going to have to eventually use it. But to use it, we can't just use it. We're going to have to get it from a DB context factory. So let me add a class for that, and I'll explain why we have to do this. So this will be the YouTube viewers DB context factory, and I'll just have a single method that'll return our DB context, and we'll just call it create, take no parameters, and just return a new DB context. And the reason we need this is because we're going to have to create a new DB context every time we execute one of our queries and commands, because DB contexts are not thread safe, so we can't just reuse the same exact DB context instance. Otherwise, we've run into concurrency issues and weird exceptions if multiple threads were trying to execute some SQL using the same DB context instance. So going to create a new one, and that's why this factory is going to be useful. We're probably going to have to pass in some other things into this factory, most notably a connection string. So let's add a field for that and get that through the constructor. And we'll have to pass that to our DB context through the constructor, which we don't have one right now. So let's generate one of those. So we're going to generate a constructor that takes options, and now we can build these options in our DB context factory. So let's get a DB context options builder, I think. So import that from Entity Framework core and instantiate that. And actually, I think we can just build it in line. So we're going to want to use SQLite and pass in our connection string. And then we can just use this options property to get back DB context options. So don't need this builder in a variable. Let's just rip out the options and just pass in those options to our new DB context. Or now that I think about it, maybe it would make sense to just take these DB context options through this constructor and throw that into a field just to make things more flexible. So not just limiting us to passing in a connection string, we can just pass in the entire options. So I think that makes sense. Let's roll with that. And now we're ready to implement our queries and commands. So that's going to be in our Entity Framework project. Let's add folders. So we want queries and we want commands. And let's create a bunch of classes. So for queries, just have one query, the get all YouTube viewers query. And then for commands, let's add 3 classes here, the create YouTube viewer command, and the update YouTube viewer command, and the delete YouTube viewer command. And let's head back to our query and start with this. So this is going to implement the I get all YouTube viewers query from our domain project. So let's implement that. We're going to have to grab our DB context factory. So let's get that through the constructor, throw it into a field, and generate that constructor. And now this execute method, going to be pretty simple actually. It's going to be async. And first, we're going to have to use our context factory to create our DB context. And we got to throw this in a using statement so that we dispose of the DB context when we're done with it. But just use our context factory and create the DB context. And we'll just use our context and get our YouTube viewers DB set. And we can call toList async. which will return all of our YouTube viewer DTOs from our database. So let's put those into a variable real quick and obviously await this to list async. So this gives us back an IEnumerable of YouTube viewer DTOs, and we're gonna have to map these DTOs to our YouTube viewer domain object so we can return that mapped list of objects. So we're gonna take our DTOs and select them to the domain object. So let's grab that and just return a new YouTube viewer. We're gonna grab the ID off the DTO, the username is subscribed, and is member. And that's pretty much all of our query has to do. So it takes our DB context, gets all of the YouTube viewer DTOs from the database, and maps them to YouTube viewers. So that's all for queries. And for our commands, they're going to follow kind of the same structure where we get our context factory passed in. So I'm going to copy this and paste that into each of our commands. So one by one, same kind of thing. And we'll start with the create YouTube viewer command. So let's implement the create YouTube viewer command. So import that, implement the interface, update our constructor name, make this method async. And actually another similarity, we're going to have to create our DB context. So let's copy over all of this using statement stuff and paste that in here. The only difference is going to be what we execute with the DB context. So in this case, we're going to map our YouTube viewer to a YouTube viewer DTO. So import that and instantiate that. And all we have to do is set all of these properties using our domain object. So we can grab the ID and 3 other properties. We got username, is subscribed, and is member. So grab all those off of the domain object. So now we got our DTO, and now we just got to save this DTO to the database. So to do that, we just got to take our context and dig into our YouTube viewers DB set and add the DTO. And we don't need to await this. This is all synchronous, but we do have to await when we actually save these changes. So this will actually perform the database query to create the YouTube viewer. So we're going to save changes async, hit the database, and save the DTO. So pretty straightforward there again. So let me just copy all of this. And same thing in the update YouTube viewer command. Let's implement that interface from our domain layer. So implement that. Let's paste in what we did in our create command. So there is some duplication here, most notably of this mapping from a YouTube viewer to a YouTube viewer DTO. So it's probably useful to extract this logic to a reusable method, but I feel like it's pretty minimal here. We're only doing it in 2 places, so I'm going to leave it for now, but maybe we'll come back to that. Anyways, let's import what we need. Let's make this method async. Let me rename the constructor to match our class name. And now instead of add, we should be able to just call update and pass in our DTO. And that's pretty much it for this command. And the very last one is the delete command. Let's update this constructor name, implement our interface. So the delete YouTube viewer command. And this is also going to use our DB context. So let me copy over a using statement. Let's make this method async. And deletes are kind of weird in Entity Framework. You do only need the ID, but all we have to do is create a YouTube viewer DTO. So still going to have this, but all we have to do is set the ID on this DTO. We don't need anything else, so we can remove these properties. And the ID is going to be the ID parameter we pass in. And now instead of update, we just call remove. And this just tells Entity Framework to delete the YouTube viewer where the ID matches the ID that we actually want to delete. All right, so with that, we're successfully implementing the commands and queries from our domain layer and our Entity Framework layer and actually hitting our database. So I feel like we're at a point where we can use these commands and queries in our actual WPF app. So I think we still have to reference our Entity Framework project. So let's add a project reference in our WPF app to YouTube viewers dot entity framework. And now we're all set up. And pretty much all of these commands and queries are going to be used in our YouTube viewers store. So whenever we call this add method, we want to actually create the YouTube viewer in our database. Whenever we call update, we want to call update in our database. We still need methods for delete, and we need a method to load all of the YouTube viewers from our database. But let's just start with these two, just so that we can actually hit our database. It's going to be fun. So we are going to need those commands in here. So let's put those in fields. And I believe this is the I create YouTube viewer command that we want. So import that from our domain. So again, referencing the interface from our domain layer, not the entity framework class. So this allows us to be decoupled from entity framework. But add that field, we also want the I update YouTube viewer command. And I guess we'll take the other commands and queries through the constructor while we're about to generate it. So the I delete YouTube viewer command, and then the I get all YouTube viewers query. So we can grab all four of these fields and control dot generate a constructor that takes all of them. It's a really big constructor, but can't really imagine we'd add much more to this constructor. I mean, overall, this YouTube viewer store is kind of like a facade, and we're going to end up having four methods here. One for add, update, eventually delete, and load, which is going to get all. So I think it's fair to have four objects get passed to the constructor. But anyways, let's just grab our create YouTube viewer command and execute this with the YouTube viewer we want to create. And we're going to have to await this since we're hitting our database. And no error handling here. This method could throw errors, but any errors should be handled in the command, which I don't think we've done yet. Well, we're catching them, we're just not handling them. So we'll do that eventually, but all good on this command. Now, similar thing for update, except we're going to call the update YouTube viewer command and execute that with the YouTube viewer that we want to update. And same thing with error handling. Nothing here, going to be handled in the command. So we're going to have to update where we instantiate our store. And I believe this is done in our app.xaml.cs. Here we go. So we're going to have to instantiate our commands and queries in here. So let me just copy all these fields because they're going to be pretty much the same. And paste those in here, except here, after we import these, we're going to actually instantiate these. And when we instantiate these, we're going to use the classes that we created in our entity framework project. So the get all YouTube viewers query, import that from our entity framework project. And that's going to take our context factory. We'll add that in a second. But let's instantiate these other commands that we got here. So the create YouTube viewer command, and then our other two commands, so the update YouTube viewer command, and last but not least, the delete YouTube viewer command. And we're going to take all four of these commands and pass those into our store so that we can use them throughout our store. So pass in the query, and then the create command, the update command, and the delete command. So all good, no errors there. We just need our context factory. So let's put that into a field too. This is the YouTube viewers DB context factory, and we'll just call it that. And let's instantiate that in this constructor. So the context factory is going to equal a new context factory instance. And now we have to pass in our DB context options. So we can do that here. We're going to create a DB context options builder. So similar to what we saw earlier, except now doing it here. And we want to use SQLite. We're going to have to pass in a connection string. I guess we'll grab that here. So connection string, we'll add that in a second. But then just build these options. So call options. And we can just plop the connection string here. So connection string, this has to be a SQLite connection string. So this is just data space source, and then the name of your database file. So we'll call this YouTube viewers.db and pass that in. So all good for the context factory, and then just pass in our context factory to our queries and commands. All right, so we're pretty close to being able to run this and actually having our database interaction working, but we still have to generate our database. And first, we're going to have to create entity framework migrations that are going to describe our database structure. So let's open our entity framework project in the terminal. So open in terminal, and we're going to use .NET EF, so entity framework, migrations, add, and then the name of our migration. So this is just initial. So let's do that. And actually, we should get an error. So yeah, we need Microsoft.entityFrameworkCore.design. So let's add that package. So manage NuGet packages for our entity framework project. And we want Microsoft.entityFrameworkCore.design. Let's install that. So all good there. Let's head back and try again. So same command and still complaining. I think we just have to rebuild. Let's try that. So all good. Let's try this command again. My terminal is glitching out, but it is building. And we actually fail again. So unable to create our YouTube viewers DB context, which makes sense because our DB context takes in these DB context options. And Entity Framework doesn't really know what these options should be. So to fix that, we actually need something called a design time DB context factory. So let me just copy our DB context factory. So copy paste, and we'll rename this to the YouTube viewers design time DB context factory. And this is really only going to be used for migrations. So if you're checking this project in the source control, you could probably exclude this, but let's implement this. So the YouTube viewers design time DB context factory, and this has to implement I design time DB context factory. So import that, and we have to specify our DB context type. So the YouTube viewers DB context. Let's get rid of our constructor, and this method is actually called create DB context. And let's see, it also takes in an array of strings for parameters, so args, and I think these can be optional actually. And now the reason you probably wouldn't want to check this in the source control is because we just hard code our connection string and all of our options right here. So we're going to use an options builder, and we're going to use SQLite, pass in our connection string. We're going to have to grab that from our app.xaml.cs, but just spit out the options, and our connection string is right here. And there we go. And I will mention design time DB context factory is not the only way to get migrations to run for your project. If you use the .NET generic host, you can actually get .NET EF migrations to run against a generic host in your app startup. I have other videos where I set that up, and having the generic host in general is super useful. So maybe we'll get around to implementing that, because that also allows us to set up dependency injection, which would probably be nice. But we gotta get our application working first. Anyways, we're good on the design time DB context factory. Let's run these migrations again. So they are running. My terminal is just all screwed up, and we got our migrations. So we can review these. Looks good. We got 4 columns in our YouTube viewers table. So we're good to create our database. And you could scaffold out your database and actually create the database file from your terminal. But I like to actually do it on app startup. So if we come to on startup here, we can create a DB context. So let's do that right on startup using our DB context factory that we set up here and put into a field. And we can create a DB context, and our context has a database property on it. And on here, we can just call migrate. And what that's going to do is use the migrations that we just created to scaffold out our database. So definitely nice to have this in case you have additional migrations in the future. Those are automatically going to be applied on startup, and you don't have to remember whatever the command is to run the migrations. You just do it automatically. So we should be good on creating our database. Let's actually run this. All right, so we did actually migrate, no exceptions there. So we should have a database file. Let's check in our bin. So we come over here and right click on our project. Let's open this in File Explorer and head on down to the bin, debug, all the way down here. And let's see, here we go. We got YouTubeViewers.db. It's a database file, and it has 20 kilobytes. So since it has some size to it, that means our database table was probably successfully created. So in our app, if we add a YouTube viewer, let's try this. Let me put a breakpoint on this command before we execute it. And let's just throw something in here and submit that. All right, so we're going to hit our database. Here we go. Moment of truth. So step over this, and ooh, it was successful. No exceptions. There we go. So if we bring up our database, we should see this record in there. So if you're following along, you really don't have to do this because in the very, very near future, we're going to be loading all of our YouTube viewers into the UI on startup. But I do have my database in here. Let me see if I can find it. So head back into the bin. Here we go, YouTube viewers. And we got tables. We got our YouTube viewers table. Let's look at the top 200 rows. And there's the YouTube viewer that we just created. So actually, let's see if update works. Oh, I guess we can't because we don't load it, so we can't really change it. But let's create a new one. So singleton Sean 2, create that. And let's edit this. And now I'm a member. Let's submit. All right, no exceptions. That's always good. But let me bring up the database table. So refresh this. And there we go. Was successful because is subscribed and is member is true. So our update did work by setting is member to true. So now really all that's left with database interaction is that we have to load all of our YouTube viewers into our listing on startup. And then we also have to support deleting a YouTube viewer. But let's focus on loading YouTube viewers first. So starting from the top, let's head into our YouTube viewers store. And we're just going to have a method for load. And all this is going to do is load all the YouTube viewers. So not going to take any parameters, going to be async because we're going to use our get all YouTube viewers query. So let's execute that, and that'll give us back our YouTube viewers. So take the query and execute it. And then we're going to put these YouTube viewers into a property. So let's expose a public property for an IEnumerable of YouTube viewers. And we'll just call it that, YouTube viewers. And it's going to be read only and actually point to a field that's going to be our list of YouTube viewers. So let's add that. So we're going to have to generate this field. Let's generate that. It can be a read only field. And it's not going to be an IEnumerable. It's going to be a list. And the reason we want it as a list is so that we can actually add and remove items from this list. So we can just instantiate that list in the constructor, and obviously going to be empty by default. But now when we load, we can take our YouTube viewers list, and I guess we should clear it before we add these new YouTube viewers, just in case there's some stale data in here. And then we'll take that list and we will add all of our loaded YouTube viewers with add range. So that takes the collection of YouTube viewers that we got back from our query. And now that we're done this, we want to raise an event that our view models are going to be able to hook into so that they can update the UI with the new YouTube viewers. So this event, it can be an action. You could have a parameter here for the IEnumerable of YouTube viewers, but I feel like I don't need a parameter here because any view model that's subscribing to this event is going to have access to this YouTube viewers property anyways. So you could have the parameter if you wanted to, but I feel like we're good without it. And we'll call this YouTube viewers loaded. And now that we have this event, let's invoke it whenever our load is complete. And we just invoke with no parameters. So before we leave this YouTube viewers store, one thing I want to do is actually keep this YouTube viewers list up to date as we add and update items. So what we want to do is whenever we add a YouTube viewer, we're going to want to take our list of YouTube viewers and actually add that new YouTube viewer. So pass that in. And then for update, ultimately what I want to do is replace the existing YouTube viewer with the new YouTube viewer that we get in this method as a parameter. So I feel like we should maintain the index that the old YouTube viewer has in our YouTube viewers list. So for that, we should take our YouTube viewers list and we should do a find index. And we want to find the index of the YouTube viewer where the ID matches our updated YouTube viewer. So this will be the current index of the YouTube viewer that we're updating. And let's see, this returns -1 if we can't find it. So we're gonna have to account for that. So let's see if the current index doesn't equal -1, so we actually found it, then we should take our YouTube viewers list, and at that current index, let's set the new updated YouTube viewer. And then I guess if it doesn't already exist in the list, then we can just add it to the end. So we'll just do an add and pass in the updated YouTube viewer. But it should technically always exist in the list if this update method is called from our listing view anyways. But who knows how this will grow in the future. But I think we're good here. Next thing I want to do is actually call this load method when our listing view loads. So that's going to be done in a command actually. So let's add a command over here. We'll call this the load YouTube viewers command. And loading is async, so we're going to extend async command base. Let's implement that. And for loading, I believe all we're going to need for now is our YouTube viewers store, since that is the load method on it. So we'll just snag that through the constructor. We'll make this method async, and all we're going to do is take our YouTube viewers store and load. And like I mentioned earlier, this execute method in our command should handle errors, but we haven't really addressed that yet. But I do want to surround this in a try catch. Even though it just throws, we're going to come back here later and do some proper error handling. But this is good for now, and now we just need to execute this command. So we're going to do that. I suppose there's two places we could do it. We could do it in our YouTube viewers listing view model. So that's the panel on the left that has our list of YouTube viewers. Or we could actually just do it in the YouTube viewers view model, which is the view model for pretty much the entire page. But I don't know. Let's do it in the listing view model. I feel like that's more appropriate. So we're going to have a command. We'll call this the load YouTube viewers command. And going to be read only. We're going to set this up in the constructor. So initialize that command as the command that we just created. And that takes our YouTube viewers store. And we already got that. So pass that in. And now we have to actually execute this command. So we could just do it right here and call it execute, and all would be good. But I don't really think it's a good practice to do complex logic like this in just a constructor, especially since this execute method actually makes a database query. So we're not going to do this. And the alternative that I like to do is have a factory method. So we'll have a method here. It's going to return our view model, and we can just call it load view model, since that's what this factory method is going to do. It's going to instantiate the view model and actually load it. So let's instantiate this view model first, and we're going to have to pass in all these dependencies. And I'm just not realizing this method should be static, since it's a factory method to actually create the view model. We don't actually have an instance yet. We're trying to use this to create the instance. So doing that here, and we're going to have to pass in all these parameters, and all these parameters are going to be the same as what the constructor takes, since we're passing all of these to the constructor. So let's do that. The YouTube viewer store, the selected YouTube viewer store, and the modal navigation store. So we instantiated our view model. We're going to eventually return this from this method. And all we want to do in between is take our view model and call this load command. So we'll just execute that. And we have to pass in a parameter. This can just be null. So creating the view model, loading it, and ultimately our constructor gets to stay simple. We don't have to do anything complex in there. But now the difference is whenever we instantiate this view model, we should be doing it through this load method in our case. So up to our YouTube viewers view model. Here we're calling the constructor, but instead we should call our factory method. So we call that load view model. And I guess technically now we're making a database call inside of this constructor, which probably isn't good. But ultimately we should probably be passing these instantiated view models through the constructor instead of initializing them here. So this might be something we come back to if we implement dependency injection. But I think it's good for now. We're just laying down the foundation. But back in this YouTube viewers listing view model, we are going to be calling that load command which is going to load the YouTube viewers using our YouTube viewers store. And ultimately, we make the database query and then we invoke this YouTube viewers loaded event. So we need to handle this event, and that's going to be in our YouTube viewers listing view model. So let's do that. So take our YouTube viewers store, and we're going to subscribe to YouTube viewers loaded. So create a handler for that. And what we're going to do is first off clear out our observable collection of item view models. So just clear that. And then we're going to iterate over all of the YouTube viewers that were just loaded in our YouTube viewers store. So let's snag those, the YouTube viewers property. So that's going to be the YouTube viewer. And actually, we can just call this handy little add YouTube viewer method that we have. So paste that in there. We're going to pass in each of our YouTube viewers from the store. And with that, our UI should load all of the YouTube viewers whenever we open the application. And before we do that, let's unsubscribe from this method and dispose. Can't forget that. Minus equals, and let's see this. So let's put, no breakpoints. So loading up, and there we go. We load the YouTube viewers right on startup. So stepping through this, we hit our load YouTube viewers command. Let's go in there, and we hit this load method. We execute our YouTube viewers query. We get that, we update the store, we invoke this event, and we got a handler for that, our YouTube viewers listing view model, and that grabs all the YouTube viewers that we just loaded and adds them to the UI. So let's try adding a YouTube viewer. This would be Alon, who is subscribed and is a member, and submit that. There we go, UI update. We get our data in this details panel. We can edit a user. So I'm going to unsubscribe from myself. There we go, UI updates. And if we reboot, data loaded. So we got reading data into this list. We can create data. We can update data. So the last piece of CRUD is deleting data. And we're already kind of set up for that. All we have to do is implement it in our WPF application. And by setup, I mean we already have the database command. We just got to use it. So on our store, one more method here. This is going to be async to delete a YouTube viewer. And actually, like we did with our query, I think we only need the ID of the YouTube viewer we want to delete. So let's just snag that. And we're going to take our delete command and execute that with the YouTube viewer's ID. Let's add an event for YouTube viewer deleted. So the parameter here is going to be the YouTube viewer's ID. The event's YouTube viewer deleted. And we're going to invoke that down here. So take YouTube viewer deleted and invoke it with the YouTube viewer's ID. And all we got to do between here is update our YouTube viewers list. So we can take that list, and I think there's some handy methods on list. I think we can do remove all. And for this, we pass in a predicate for the YouTube viewers we want to remove. So we want to remove all YouTube viewers where the ID matches the ID of the YouTube viewer we just deleted. And there should really only be one, but it doesn't hurt to just use this handy remove all method. So let's create a command to call this method on our store. And we're going to add this in our commands folder, the delete YouTube viewer command. And I feel like this is going to be super similar to our open edit YouTube viewer command, because this is the command for the edit button on our little drop down menu. And the other button we have there is delete. So the buttons for these commands are side by side. So let me grab all of this. Although we are going to inherit from async command base, so we're going to have to change that. But let's paste this in here. So there we go. Let's make this async command base. And we're going to have to implement that abstract class. But let's just move all of this execute logic into execute async. Actually, all we need is this YouTube viewer line. So not really much of the same stuff in these commands, but we can grab that and paste that in execute async. We're going to make this method async, and we can get rid of execute. So let's import YouTube viewer. We're going to need the YouTube viewers listing item view model. We're going to need the YouTube viewers store, and we actually don't need the modal navigation store, so let's get rid of that. Don't need that passed in either. And we just got to rename our constructor. So let's do that. And that should be everything we need because all we're going to do now is take our YouTube viewer store and call delete and pass in the YouTube viewer ID. And following what I had said earlier, just want to wrap these in try catches for now. So let's move that in there. And now all good on the command layer. Now we just got to use this command. I think this is going to be super simple to set up. So in our listing item view model, all we got to do is initialize the delete command to be a new delete YouTube viewer command, which we just created. Pass in this view model instance and the YouTube viewer store. And let's drop a breakpoint in our command and test this out. So I'm going to delete singleton Sean2. Let's do it. All right, we hit our command. That's a good start. And before I actually delete this, I realized we're not subscribing to our YouTube viewer deleted event. So we need to handle that in our listing view model so that we can actually remove the YouTube viewer from our listing panel. So let's take our store and subscribe to YouTube viewer deleted. Generate a method for that. Let's make sure we unsubscribe and dispose while we're here. And for this method, let me move this down here. All we have to do is take our observable collection of item view models. And let's see, is there remove all? No, there's not. But we can do first or default. So we're going to do the first item view model where the YouTube viewer ID equals the ID of the YouTube viewer that was deleted. So put that into a variable. And now that we have the view model, we should probably first check if it's not null, because first or default could return null. So just a little null check here. So it does not equal null. If it doesn't, then we'll take our observable collection of item view models and we can call remove and pass in the item that we just grabbed out of the collection. So that'll remove it from the UI. And I actually realized another issue. So let's see that in action first so that it'll make more sense to describe. So we got our breakpoint. Let's delete this YouTube viewer. We hit that. Let's get into our store. We execute the command against our database. Successful. Let's make sure we actually remove it. So right now we have 3 in the YouTube viewers list in our store. Let's remove it. And now we have 2. So that was successful. And we invoke our YouTube viewer deleted. And now we're in the listing view model. So let's remove that view model from our list. We found it. So we're going to remove it. And we should see that in the UI. And there we go. And I forgot to demonstrate what I thought would be an issue. So what I'm thinking is if we select this YouTube viewer and then delete it, I don't think our details panel is going to update. So, oh, it does. Why does it do that? So I think it gets unselected because when we remove the view model from this listing view model, then technically the selected item becomes null and it does actually update our selected item store. So I'm pretty excited about how far we've come with this, but now we have to account for anything that could go wrong. So to demonstrate this, I'm going to head into my queries, and let's say that this query takes 5 seconds to execute for some reason. And let's do this for all of our commands too. So 5-second delay for each of our commands. And now let's see how our application feels. So starting up. All right, so we haven't created any YouTube viewers, so I guess we'll have to add one. Oh, whoa, okay. So that's not cool. So we have no idea that the application is loading when we don't have any YouTube viewers. We're just kind of confused. We think we have none, even though they're still loading. So we need a loading indicator here. How about for adding? So let's submit this. And, oh, I guess the app's broken. I don't know what's going on. Maybe we just, oh. There we go. So yeah, we need a loading spinner here as well, so we know that we're submitting. And yeah, I could go through all of these, but we need loading spinners, and that's the first thing we're gonna address. So let's start with the loading spinner for this initial query of our YouTube viewers listing. And actually, what I want is I want a loading spinner for pretty much all of this content. I don't really want to show any of this until the YouTube viewers have loaded. So this kind of changes the way that I want to call our load YouTube viewers command. So right now we execute this command in our YouTube viewers listing view model. but this view model only controls that panel on the left. So having the load command here, the best we'd be able to do is just have a loading spinner on that panel on the left. Although we could do the loading here and then communicate to our page view model that the load is occurring through the store by setting like is loading flags on the store, but I don't feel like that's necessary, and I feel like it's more appropriate to just have the loading on this YouTube viewers view model. So let's move this up here. So we're going to need our load command in the YouTube viewers view model. And then while we're here, since this view model is not going to do the loading anymore, we can just instantiate it regularly. We don't need the factory method, because instead the static factory method is going to be on this view model. So call this load view model, pass in what we need for the constructor, which I think is going to be the same as what we have in the listing view model. So maybe it'll be easier to just cut this out. And while we're here, we can get rid of this command initialization and come up to our YouTube viewers view model. Let's paste in that factory method, except this is for the YouTube viewers view model now. So instantiate that. And now we're executing the load command up here. So it works exactly the same. We just moved our command up a level, and we still have that 5-second delay. So any second now, although I've been waiting for a few seconds, and this actually isn't going to work because we didn't initialize this command. So let's do that. So initialize that, pass in our store, and it's still not going to work because we're not calling this factory method. So this is all the way up in our app.xaml.cs. Instead of calling the constructor, we want to call load view model. So try this again. There we go. Now they load. So back on our YouTube viewers view model, I ultimately want to have a property. This is going to be a prop change. It's going to be a Boolean for is loading. And we want to toggle this property whenever our load YouTube viewers command is executing. So let's pass this view model into the command. So we can just pass in this and add a parameter for our view model and import that, throw it into a field. And now when we start executing this command, we're going to take our view model and set is loading to true. And when we're done, whether or not we catch an error or not, so we're going to use a finally, we want to set is loading to false. So now we have this property on our view model. It's working as expected. So now we just have to use it in the UI. So let's go to our YouTube viewers view. And like I mentioned earlier, I don't want to show any of this if the page is loading. So we're going to wrap this in its own grid. So surround that with a grid. And then we're going to have another grid that we're going to display if the page is loading. So for now, we'll just put a text block in here and we'll center it in the center. Actually, we'll make this text alignment center. And it'll just say loading YouTube viewers. And then we only want to display this grid if is loading is true. So we're going to have to add styles to these grids. And I think we had done this in another place. I think it's in the YouTube viewers details. So we have these grid styles where we just toggle visibility. So going to be super similar to this. Let me just copy this and use that for each of these grids. So changing the style, except now we're binding to is loading. And if is loading is true, then we want our loading prompt to be visible. And for our grid with the content, if is loading is false, then we're ready to display the page's content. So we should be able to see this now, and it should look as expected. So loading up, I think I want this aligned in the center of the screen, like vertically. So can we add some vertical alignment center? How's that look? It's probably done by now. Let's try this again. Yeah, there we go. That's what I want. Except it's kind of bland. It's just text. So we can add a loading spinner. So if we go to our NuGet packages and search for loading spinner.wpf, this is again by Singleton Sean. We're going to install this. Pretty nifty to use. So in our component, above our loading text, we can add this loading spinner. So import that. We'll just call this namespace custom. And now that we have multiple stuff in this grid, this should probably be row definitions. Or just to keep things simple, it can just be a stack panel. So these will stack on top of each other automatically. We'll have to update our style to account for this stack panel. And we'll add some top margin on our text block. Let's do maybe 10 for now. And then this loading spinner, I don't know how big it is. We'll have to play with it, but let's see how it looks right now. And I don't even see anything. I think we have to give it a size, and that's going to be using diameter. So we'll roll with 100, see how that looks. I still don't see it. I don't even know how to use my own components. Oh, that's right. There's actually a property on this called isLoading, and you can set this to true or false. Maybe I should have specified it as true by default so that we wouldn't run into this issue. But we could bind this to our isLoading property on our view model. But if we're displaying this component, then we already know that we are loading. So we'll just set that as true. And now we should see it. There we go. That looks pretty good. We're not centered anymore. And I think that's because we're using a stack panel instead of a grid. So the vertical alignment has to be on here instead of the text block. So let's try this again. And there we go. That looks good. I think the size is good. I think we can control the thickness. I think border thickness is what we want. So let's try 3. Maybe not. I don't know what this is. Oh, okay. So this is on control. We just want thickness. And okay, that's what I defined on the loading spinner. So that should look better. But there we go. That looks good. I think that's thick enough, not too thick. So we're good for loading on that initial query. So I feel comfortable removing that delay on there. All right, 1 out of 4. Now we just got to handle these commands. And that's going to be a little bit more complex. But similar pattern. I think it's just the UI that's going to be different. So let's start with our add YouTube viewer view model. And our loading state is going to go on the form view model actually. So let's have a prop change on here. This will be a Boolean for is submitting. And actually, we can use this is submitting property to toggle can submit. So if we're already submitting, then we definitely shouldn't be able to click the submit button again. Although, to be honest, that's something that we can actually just build into our async command base. And we can just do that by controlling can execute. So what we can do is we can just start with a prop change, but we're not going to call on property changed. But this is going to be a Boolean for is executing. And then when we start this execute method, we'll set is executing to true. And when we're done, so we can put this in a finally, and we'll set is executing to false when we're all done. And what we can do is override our can execute method, and we can only execute if is executing is false. So if we're not already executing, then we can actually click the button. So also, since can execute is dependent on is executing, we should call it on can execute changed in the setter for that property so that our UI knows to grab this value. So this is a nice addition. Now our UI is automatically going to disable the button whenever we click it and it's still running, so the user can't just spam it. But anyways, back in our form view model, we have this property for is submitting. So let's use that on the UI first. So go into our YouTube viewer details form component. And I'm thinking to the right of our buttons, we can have a little loading spinner here. So let's import that. And here's where that is loading dependency property is pretty useful. So we can bind this to is submitting. So this loading spinner is only going to be visible if we are submitting. And we'll set the diameter. It's going to be a small loading spinner, so probably just 25. And now we have to add some margin between our cancel button and our loading spinner. So 5 should be good. And now we just have to toggle is submitting this property on our view model. And that's going to be done in our add YouTube viewer command. So when we start executing this method, we're going to take our form view model and set is submitting to true. And then when we're all done, so we'll have a finally here, we'll set, not that, we're going to set the form view model is submitting to false. And then we'll go ahead and do the same thing in the edit YouTube viewer command. So I have a finally block here that sets is submitting to false. And then when we start this command, we'll set is submitting to true. All right, so easier than expected there. Let's try this out. Let's add a YouTube viewer and submit. All right, loading spinner looks good. I was thinking about increasing the thickness, but I feel like that's sufficient. But now let's try editing. So change some stuff and submit that. And there we go. Get the loading spinner again. I don't know. Maybe it should be thicker. Let's try it. All right, so we're gonna set the thickness to maybe just 2. I think before we did 3 on the other loading spinner. But let's see about this. Yeah, I think that's better. Just a little bit more. Makes it stand out more. So the last loading spinner we need, in fact, we can remove the delay from our create command and our update command for our database commands. And lastly, we just have to handle the delete delay. So that delete button is in our YouTube viewers listing item inside of our drop-down menu. So what I'm thinking is this delete button could have a loading spinner to the right of the delete text. The only issue is whenever we click this delete button, it closes the dropdown automatically, but we can remove that because the only reason it does that is since we added this event setter and we have this button click handler, which closes our dropdown or sets is open to false, which closes it. So we could just move this event setter off of this style and only have it for our edit button. So whenever this is clicked, we'll use the button click handler. So let me make sure that works. Let's open this. So we should still be able to edit, but then if I click delete, it stays open, and right now it's doing the delete. So we just need this loading spinner over here. There we go. It took some time, but there we go. So our content now is not going to be just text. We're going to have to open this up and specify the button content like this. And we'll have to throw everything into a grid, or maybe a wrap panel is more appropriate. So have things be side by side. So first we're going to have our text block for delete and have some margin to the right on this for our loading spinner. So let's add that loading spinner, import that. We'll go with 2 for the thickness again. And I guess for the diameter, we'll try 25. It might have to be smaller in this case, not sure. And then for is loading, we're going to have to bind that to a property on our view model. And we'll call that property is deleting in this case. And I can't call my loading spinner namespace just custom. We're going to have to call it, I guess, loading spinner. And we can't use custom because we already used that for the drop-down menu. So maybe I should have thought about that before making my namespaces custom. But that should be good. And now, got to move up to the view model and add this is deleting property. So that's going to be our listing item view model. Let's add a prop change here. A boolean for is deleting. And now we just got to toggle this property on our delete command. So if we head into the command, we already got our view model instance in here. That's good. So pretty much all we have to do is take our view model and set is deleting to true at the beginning. And then when we're all done, we'll set is deleting to false. All right, let's run this and try deleting. All right, so take that, click delete, and our margin is not what we wanted. But that was really the only issue I saw was the margin. So we can just fix that. And it's because I did margin on the bottom instead of the right. So that's not good. Let's try this again. Although I'm not fully sure if I agree with this experience where clicking delete does the loading inside of this little spinner. Because technically you could just click edit after deleting and that would put you in a really weird situation. We could just disable the edit button as well. But, ooh, I have a better idea. So let's bring back this event setter we had. So we had an event setter for click, and the handler is button click. So we're applying this to every button in our drop-down menu, and all this handler does is close the drop-down whenever we click. And let's just change this content back to delete. So simple now, and we can get rid of this click handler on our button because that's already applied by the style. So I apologize for just completely undoing this. But what I was thinking was when we're deleting, we could just hide this drop down menu and show the loading spinner. So we can have a grid that surrounds everything. Let's move these margins and grid column properties over. And then inside this grid is going to be the drop down menu. So let's move that inside of there. While we're down here, we can just remove the loading spinner from our button. So again, sorry for undoing all this, but I feel like this is going to be better. And then inside this container grid, we can have 2 more grids, and one grid is only going to display when we're deleting, and that's going to have the loading spinner, and the other grid is going to have our drop down menu. So we kind of have this structure in other views. I think we just did it in the YouTube viewers view. So we have this first stack panel that has the loading, and then the second grid that has the content. So we can just copy everything from the style up through the stack panel, and we'll put that into the listing item inside of this grid right here. So paste that in there. Make sure we use the right loading spinner namespace that we had to change. And then we should make this a grid instead of a stack panel. So change that. I don't think we need this vertical alignment either, so we can get rid of that. Change to a grid everywhere. And instead of is loading, we're binding to is deleting. So that's what's going to make this loading spinner visible. Our loading spinner, I think 20 was the diameter we used. We can just hard code is loading to true, and the thickness was 2 for the spinner we had previously. We don't need a text block in here that says anything. I think we're fine without it because the user knows what they just did. And then we have the second grid that's going to contain our drop down menu. Let's make sure we bind to is deleting and make sure we get our closing grid tag so we can put that after this drop down menu. There we go. So then we have our first grid with the loading spinner that's going to appear when we are deleting. And then we have our second grid with the drop down menu that's going to be visible when we are not deleting. So let's see how this looks. I'm hoping this looks better. Let me just add a viewer and then delete. And there we go. We get this loading spinner. I like it. And then once we're done deleting, it unselects it. That's good. So we've handled all of these loading states. So we can remove loading from our database commands. So we've handled loading states, but what about when these database commands and queries throw exceptions? So let's throw some exceptions here, and we're gonna have to handle these. So let me just put these in each of the commands. So one by one through here, and then in our queries as well, or I guess just our one query, throw that exception. And I think we just eat all of our exceptions right now, so it's not like our application is going to crash. So yeah, we threw the exception. Nothing really happened. We just don't really know it was thrown. So we should have an error message for that. So starting with the query failing, we're going to put an error message on our YouTube viewers view. So this is going to be once we're done loading, so we can close out that stack panel with the loading spinner. And it'll go in the second grid that's going to display when we are not loading. So we're going to start off by surrounding the grid that has our content in another grid. So let's surround all that with a grid. And we're pretty much taking the same kind of approach that we did with loading, where we're going to have 2 grids and we're going to conditionally display them based on some kind of binding. So similar style we're going to have in each grid. And this first grid is going to have an error message in it. So we're going to bind to some kind of property like has error message. And if we do have an error message, so this will be true, then we want to display some kind of text in here. So this will probably just be failed to load YouTube viewers. And we should probably have a common style for all of our error messages. So we'll add that, some kind of style called error message. Let me just add that real quick in our app.xaml. So we can just copy our page header style because error message is also going to be for a text block. The only difference is that, I guess for now, we'll just make the foreground, how about red? And then back in our YouTube viewers view, the other thing we have to do is actually use this style for our content grid, and we only want to display our content if has error message is false. And if loading fails, we should probably offer some kind of refresh button, but for now we'll just say please restart the application at the end of this prompt. So all good on the UI. Now we just have to add this has error message property. And now that I think about it, we're kind of jumping the gun here. I called this has error message, which implies we're going to have probably an error message property on our view model as well. So I don't think we have to hard code this error message here. We can just bind to a property called error message. So we're going to add two properties to our view model, error message and has error message. So let's go into our view model. So I have a prop change for error message, and then another property. It's going to be a boolean for has error message. And this will just be a calculated property where we check if the error message property is not null or empty. So put this exclamation point in front and checking the error message. And since this property is dependent on error message, we're going to want to raise on property change for has error message whenever error message gets set. So now we just got to set this error message, and this is going to be done in the load YouTube viewers command. So we'll catch exceptions, and we'll take our view model and set the error message to what we had before, which was failed to load YouTube viewers. Please restart the application. And then before we execute all this, we should probably clear out any stale error messages. So we'll set error message to null. So this should work. We should see the error message. And there we go. It's not in the center like I'd like it to be. So can we live update this? Let's see. Let's set text alignment to center and vertical alignment to center. And is that going to update? Oh yeah, there we go. Let's put a period at the end. So that's not going to live update. But in our command, throw a period on there, and now we should be good. So we can remove the exception from our query. All good there. And now for our add and edit YouTube viewer forms, we're going to head into our YouTube viewer details form component. And I'm thinking underneath all of our buttons, we can have another text block. So go in grid row 2, give it some top margin. We'll go with, how about 15? And the text for this will be some kind of binding to an error message property. And the visibility is going to be dependent on has error message. But has error message is a boolean, or it's going to be. And visibility is a visibility type. So what we have to do is use a converter here, and there's a built-in WPF converter, and we're going to have to define that. So we can put that all the way up here. So our user control resources, we're going to use a boolean to visibility converter, and we have to give it a key. We'll just call it the name of the converter, and we can use this down here. So the converter is going to be our boolean to visibility converter. So if has error message is true, this will be visible. If it's false, then this will be collapsed. So now we just need these properties on our form. So we can just grab those off of our YouTube viewers view model. So we can copy these properties and move those into the YouTube viewer details form view model. So paste those in here. So got our error messages on the form now. We just have to set this error message property in our commands. So for the add YouTube viewer command, first let's clear the error message when we start executing. And if we get an error, we'll set the error message here. This is for adding. So we'll say failed to add YouTube viewer. Please try again later. And then same kind of approach for edit. So handle the exception, set the error message. We'll say failed to update YouTube viewer. Please try again later. And then just clear the error message whenever we start executing. So let's try this. Should be good here. So let's add and submit. And that's not what we want. So I forgot to add the styling, and then I forgot to add the grid row. So back in our form, the style for this should be our error message. And then we need another grid row. So let's add that. So 3 grid rows up here. That should be good. So let's add a YouTube viewer and submit. I don't like how it grows the window whenever this error message appears. So I don't know, maybe it'd be a good idea to hard code a width on this modal so that we don't have to worry about it growing. And then there's some other things we can change with this text block, but let's hard code a width on the add YouTube viewer view. So we can just set this to maybe 1,000, and we're gonna have to do that for the edit view too. So let's try that. How's that gonna look? And yeah, that's way too big. Okay, let's try 600. See how that looks. Hopefully not too big again. Still too big. Let's try 400. It's a little bit bigger than before, but looks good to me. So if we create this, I feel like it was kind of weird how the modal got taller, but now that I think about it, I don't think it's too bad. I feel like it's fine. So for our database commands, we can remove exceptions for create and update. And now, where do I want to handle error messages for delete? So we click delete, it closes, it fails obviously. I guess the best we could do is put an error message like underneath their name. So let's try that. So on our listing item view model, we're going to have an error message property and it has error message property. So let's just add these over here. And then we'll head up to the command and take our item view model and set the error message to null when we start executing. And when we catch exceptions, we'll set it to failed to delete YouTube viewer. Please try again later. So now we just need that in the UI. So I'm going to grab the text block that we put on our details form because it's going to be a similar approach on our listing item. So let's move over here. And now instead of just having this text block here with the username, we're going to have a stack panel. We can just roll with that. We don't need a grid or anything. So move that in there. And then we're going to have our text block for the error message. So we don't need a grid row on here. Top margin, going to be much less. We could probably just do 5. And then I feel like this font size can be much smaller. So let's just make it 10 so it doesn't take up too much space in our listing. And then good on bindings. We need our Boolean divisibility converter in here. So let me just grab that from our form, copy that over, paste that for the resources, and then move this grid column up to the stack panel. And I think we should be good to go. Let's try this. So it looks good so far. Let's delete, which should fail, and we get the error message. So that's probably the best we could do. I feel like there's maybe a little bit too much margin actually. Let's try just 3. I don't know if that actually changed anything. What if it's 0? What's going to happen then? So definitely moved it closer. I don't know. 0 looks pretty good. Let's just do 0. All right, so with that, I feel like we can remove the exception from our delete command. And quite frankly, I feel like our application feature-wise is pretty much done. Our UI looks pretty solid with the master detail view. We load our YouTube viewers from the database. We can create, update, and delete YouTube viewers on the fly through the UI. So with that, I guess we can dig into some fun stuff. How about we set up dependency injection? So for that, we're going to head up to our app.xaml.cs, and we're going to set up the .NET generic host. So the .NET generic host does more than dependency injection. It also handles things like app configuration with an app settings.json and other infrastructure like logging. So definitely useful for more than just dependency injection. So starting off, we're going to need a NuGet package for this. This will be microsoft.extensions.hosting. So let's search for that and install that. So now that we have that package, everything revolves around the host. So we want to set up a generic host. So we're going to have a property for our iHost. Let's import that from the hosting namespace. We'll just call this the host, and we'll set up our host in our app constructor. So the best way to do this is just with host create default builder, because that adds, like it says right here, a bunch of pre-configured defaults. I think one of those defaults is loading app settings from the app settings.json file. So definitely nice to have. And then we can do a bunch of configuration with the host. We can configure services for dependency injection, logging, app configuration, but we'll do that in a second. Let's just build this for now. And then we're going to use this on startup. So when we start our application, we're going to take our host and start it. And then when we stop our application, so we're going to have to override on exit, we can take our host and stop async. And then we can also dispose our host here as well. So host.dispose. So I'll go with general host setup. Now let's get into dependency injection. So let's configure services here. And we just pass a callback in here. The first is the host builder context. So we'll just call that context. And then our services collection. So we'll just call that services. And now for the good stuff. So we're going to register all of our stores and our database queries and commands, and also our DB context stuff. So let's start with the DB context. So we can add, and we're going to need some extension methods here. So add singleton is what we're going to start with. And we want to add our YouTube viewers DB context factory as a singleton. And this service requires DB context options. So we can actually add those DB context options as a singleton too. So DB context options, and let's just cut these out of here and paste those in there as the instance that we want to register. So we're also going to have to move our connection string up here as well so we can reference it when we register the options. And we can start deleting stuff down here too. Let's get rid of the factory. So that's all good for DB context stuff. Now, how about for these database services? So the queries and commands, let's just register those with our services. These can be singletons as well. And just to explain, singleton means there's only one instance that's going to be created for the entire lifetime of the application. So we really only need one instance of these queries and commands because there's not really any state inside of these. So it's okay if multiple things are using the same instance. So we can just add these, and all of these queries and commands take a DB context factory, but we already registered that, so these should just be all good to register like this. So the query is good, and then all of our commands, there we go. So we can get rid of those down here. And now for our stores. So stores, we definitely want to register as singleton because they hold our application state, and it's our single source of truth. So definitely don't want more than one instance. So we'll register our modal navigation store, and then our YouTube viewer store, and our selected YouTube viewer store. And all the dependencies for these constructors have already been registered, so all good here. So we can get rid of that. And I do want to mention, it doesn't matter the order that you register stuff in. I know I kind of ordered it where things down here depend on things up here, but the order definitely doesn't matter at all. And now that all of these services are managed in dependency injection, we can get rid of these fields up here. So cleaning this up a little bit. So we're definitely gonna have to update all of this stuff so it actually works. So for the database migrations, we can resolve our YouTube viewers DB context factory from our host services. We can get required service, and we want the DB context factory. So put that into a variable so we can use it. So all good on these migrations. And next up, we have all this stuff down here, but ultimately what I want to do is just be able to take our host services and just resolve a main window. So really, I want all of this to be managed by dependency injection. So starting off, we're going to have to register our main window. We should probably just make this a singleton. I almost said singleton Sean. Add singleton Sean, sure. But want to add main window. And we're going to have to manually register this. So we can register with a callback. And this callback takes our services that are built. So this is our service provider. So we're going to use that to instantiate this main window. And we want to set the main window data context to a main view model. So we're going to take our services and resolve the main view model. So by doing that, that means we're going to have to register our main vModel. So let's go ahead and do that. That can also just be a singleton because we only have one main vModel. So how does that work? So we should just be able to register this normally, so don't have to do anything special. So main vModel depends on our modal navigation store. We already registered that. The last thing we have to register is this YouTube viewers vModel. So let's add that. And this could be a singleton because we only have one instance of this vModel in our application, but I feel like we should make it transient because like down the road we could have more. I don't know why we would. But basically what transient means is whenever we request the service, it's going to create a new instance. So we don't just have the single instance, we're going to possibly have multiple. In our case, we're only going to have one because we're only going to resolve this once for our main vModel. And we can't just register like this, even though our constructor takes all these services that we've already registered in dependency injection. And the reason we can't register like this is because we want to construct this vModel by calling load vModel. So what we can do is pass in another callback here, and it's going to take our services as a parameter. And in fact, this callback is going to be kind of big to just have in a callback. So I usually put stuff like this into their own methods. So we can call this create YouTube viewers vModel and generate that method. And we can just throw that down here, I guess. And all we're going to do is return the result of taking our YouTube viewers vModel and loading it. So this takes a YouTube viewer store. We can get that from our built services. So grab that store. And then there's two other parameters. So we want the selected YouTube viewer store. And I'm guessing this last one's the modal navigation store. And yeah, there we go. All good here. So whenever we resolve this YouTube viewers vModel, it's gonna execute this method to create the vModel and start loading it, which is what we want. So let's get rid of all this junk because it's all managed in dependency injection now. And with that, hopefully our application still works. So let's run this. And so it doesn't work. Unable to resolve service for I get all YouTube viewers query. So this was kind of a lame mistake. So what's going on is our YouTube viewer store is trying to resolve these interfaces, but when we registered these queries and commands, we didn't register them against our interfaces. So we need to register the I get all YouTube viewers query, and the implementation for that is our entity framework query. So we need to update that for all of these other registrations. Make sure we register against the interface so that these actually resolve correctly. So let's try this again. Should be good now, I'm hoping. And there we go. So loaded our data. We can add stuff, we can edit stuff, and we can delete stuff. Okay, all good still. So I guess the last thing I want to do related to the host is load this connection string from an app settings.json. So over in our project, let's add a new item here. This will be a JSON file called appsettings.json. And we want to take this file and we want to make sure that we copy, I guess we can do copy if newer, but make sure we copy it to our output directory. And then we can have this connection strings object in here. And we'll just call this, I guess, SQLite. And the value for this we'll grab from our app.xaml.cs. So cut this out, paste that in here. So our connection strings and our app settings.json now. And now we can grab it out of there by taking our host context, taking the configuration, and we should be able to get connection strings. Do we have to import something here? Maybe it's get connection strings. Is that it? Oh, there we go. So it's get connection string, thanks IntelliSense. And the name that we gave was SQLite. So let's get that. And now this should work. We should be able to hit our database even though our connection strings in this app settings file. So let's start up and there we go. Still works perfectly fine. I guess another cool thing I like to do related to configuring services and host builder stuff is if this gets to be too big, you can break this down into extension methods. So we can have something like add db context, and then we can add this extension method. So over in our project, let's add a new folder for host builders, and we'll call this, it's going to be a class, the add db context host builder extensions. And this will be a static class, so we can have an extension method in here. So we'll have this static method, again has to be static since it's an extension method, and we'll call it add db context. We're extending our iHost, so import that, and the return for this method can, I think it can be the iHost builder. So want to return this so we get the fluent builder feel. So actually, we're not taking in iHost, we're taking in an iHost builder. So fix that. But now back in our app.xaml.cs, we can import this. At least I thought. Maybe we named this wrong. Maybe I need to return the host builder first for IntelliSense to pick it up. Let's try this. And then import. No. Oh, just looking at the error, it's conflicting with entity framework because obviously there's a extension method on services to add db context, which isn't popping up now because we have so many errors. So let's just manually import YouTubeViewers.wpf.hostbuilders. And okay, now it picks it up. So there's our extension method. We can even click on it. Here we go. We're in here now. So what I want to do is move this stuff into the extension method. So let's just grab configure services too, because we're going to be calling that in here. So copy that and paste that in here. We're calling configure services on our host builder that we're extending, and then close this out. So we need a curly bracket and a parenthesis, and then import all of this stuff that we need. So one by one, all good there. And now all of this is tucked away in the extension method, and we can remove it from here. So just wanted to show that off. I don't think I'm going to go through and do it for all of this, but if this callback started to get out of control, I definitely consider moving stuff like this to maybe like an add services and add stores, add view models, and then maybe an add views or something. So before I close out the building of this app, there's definitely some things I wanted to cover to make this feel complete. So for one, we could definitely go through and test out some edge cases. So one I can think of off the bat is if the name is really long. So let's just make it super long and submit that. So yeah, definitely don't want this to happen. So up in our main window, I feel like for one, we should set a max width on our application's content. So maybe like 1,000's usually what I do. So now this is a bit better. And also if we go full screen, then our application isn't like super wide, which would look weird. In fact, let me remove max width. I don't think we've gone full screen at all yet. And yeah, it just takes up, I feel like, more space than it needs. So we can bring back that max width. At least I like the max width. You can play with it a little bit more if you want to. And then we have some wrapping issues. So I don't know. I don't like this horizontal scroll bar. So in our listing component, so YouTube viewers listing, we can take our list view and we can take horizontal scroll bar visibility and disable that. So there we go. Now you can't even scroll. And how do we want to do this text? So do we want to wrap it? Let's see how that looks. So we can come into our YouTube viewers listing item component and we'll set text wrapping to wrap. And I don't know how I feel about that because it just takes up more lines and it doesn't look good with our items that take up one line. So I don't know. I might just not wrap it. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like we shouldn't wrap it, but then maybe over here we should so that you can actually see what the full name is. I feel like it's okay to not show it fully in the preview, but over here it would make sense to show it. So in our YouTube viewers details panel, we'll come on down to the username and we'll take the text wrapping and wrap it. And that looks good. I think that's fair. So let's create a bunch more YouTube viewers. Oh, and we added a bug. So we set that max width on our main window, but now our modal has that max width, so the background of the modal doesn't fill the screen. So that's not good. Let's move the max width down to our view so that it doesn't mess with our modal. And there we go, that's better. So let's create a few more viewers. Just give them all the same name. And I just wanted to make sure scrolling worked, which it does. I'll admit I did expect scrolling to be on this list view, but that wouldn't make sense because we have scrolling over here. So this scroll bar is going to have higher priority, and I think that's fine. We could roll with that. One thing I don't like is that you can actually multi-select on this list view, which doesn't really make sense. We don't really support bulk operations, and we kind of expect only one to be selected. So in our listing component, we can set selection mode to just single. And now if we try to multi-select, that doesn't work. So basically what I'm saying is that if you're building your own application, definitely go through and check edge cases like this, just to make sure your app is working as expected. I know it's probably common sense, but I feel like sometimes we all forget. So another thing I was thinking is when we add a YouTube viewer, so submit that, it'd be nice if it selected it immediately. I feel like that would be a pleasant experience. So we can do that. And what we can do is go into our selected YouTube viewer store, and let's subscribe to YouTube viewer added on our YouTube viewer store. And when a YouTube viewer is added, we're just going to set that YouTube viewer as the selected YouTube viewer. So now if I add something and submit, it gets selected immediately. Although it's not represented in this list view. Can we fix that? I think we're going to have to head into our listing view model. And I kind of have an idea of how we can do this. So we could remove this field that backs our selected item view model. So let's get rid of that, which means we don't have to set it. We still have to call it on property change. Let's move that to the bottom of this method, and we'll see why we do that in a second. And then to get the YouTube viewer that we passed to our selected YouTube viewer store, we can grab that off the value that gets passed into our setter. So now for the getter, we can take our observable collection of listing item view models, and we would get the first or default where the YouTube viewer ID equals the ID of the selected YouTube viewer on our selected YouTube viewer store. So now it's almost like we're binding to our selected YouTube viewer store, which means we'll be in sync with any changes that happen over there. And actually, we don't have to call on property changed in the setter. We should be calling on property changed for this property whenever our selected YouTube viewer store raises a selected YouTube viewer changed event. So let's subscribe to that and make sure we unsubscribe in dispose. And all we're going to do in this handler is call on property changed for our selected YouTube viewer listing item view model. So let's make sure this works. I don't know if I've ever done a two-way binding to a store. This is probably the first time I've ever done it. So we're going to add a YouTube viewer and submit. And it doesn't even work. So what's going on here? Does our selecting still work? That does. So what's going on here? Let's make sure we are re-grabbing this when we create the YouTube viewer. So we are. So what's the value of this item view model when we add this YouTube viewer? So, okay, it looks like it's null. So that's not good because it shouldn't be null. I feel like the issue is that we're handling selected YouTube viewer changed, but when we handle this, we haven't added the YouTube viewer to our observable collection. So I think what we should do is, since this property is dependent on our observable collection of YouTube viewers, we should probably update this property, or in other words, call it on property change for this property, whenever anything changes in our observable collection. So we could take our observable collection and subscribe to collection changed and get a handler for that. We shouldn't technically have to unsubscribe because this observable collection lives inside of this object. So it should be good there. But all I want to do is whenever the collection changes, I want to call onPropertyChanged for the selected item. So paste that in there, and let's see, this should work now. I hope so. There's no reason for it not to work. So let's add, and just plop something in there. And okay, yeah, so it is selected. It's not like focused, but you can definitely see the selected state of it. And I think that's good. So I'm glad we were able to get that working. We have like this two-way binding to our store, which is pretty cool. All right, so I'm pretty satisfied with where this application is. We've hooked up to a database. The UI is pretty solid. We handled plenty of edge cases with loading, errors, and any UI edge cases. We also set up dependency injection and the .NET generic host. So I'm going to wrap up our development here because otherwise this video is going to be infinitely long. I think it already is infinitely long. But if you want to add things like logging, advanced navigation, animation, drag and drop, validation, a Windows notify tray icon, layout components, all kinds of stuff like that. And as I list those things out, I second guess myself and think, maybe I should just make this video infinitely long. But no, if you want to check out those things, I have plenty of videos like that throughout my channel. So I'll try and link some more topics in the description. But we're going to wrap up. So all we're going to do now is set up Git source control. So I have this Git terminal at the root of my project. So if I ls here, we just have the solution in here and all of our project folders. So I'm going to do a git init to initialize our repository. And we definitely should have done this at like the start of our project and committed as we went, but we can just do it all at once. We're going to want to add a git ignore file. So we can do touch.gitignore. And now if I ls here, it doesn't pop up. Maybe ls-a. We got our git ignore file. And let me just bring up Windows Explorer side by side in case you're not doing this from a terminal. But added this git ignore file, just a text file. And we're going to open that file. I'm just going to use Vim, but you could just open it and use the built-in Windows text editor. But we can ignore this .vs directory, so this right here. We can also ignore our bin and obj directories. So .bin, or not .bin, just bin and obj. We also said we were going to ignore our design time DB context factory. So let me copy this name and add that in here. So .cs. If our connection string were sensitive, then you'd probably want to ignore app settings.json, but I think that's fine to leave in for now because it's just a local SQLite file. So I think this is everything we need to ignore. So let's write this. So save the file, close it, and now let's track everything in source control. So git add dot, and now let's git status. Make sure we didn't miss anything with our ignores. So it looks like our bin and obj is definitely not in here, so that's good. You definitely want to track migrations in source control. So those were added too. Our design time DB context is not in here, so that's good. So let's commit this. So git commit our message. So I don't even know how to describe this commit. We'll just call it add application, or how about add initial application, just in case I add some other stuff down the road. But just gonna commit this and all good there. So if we git log, there we go, we see our only commit. So now let's push this up to GitHub. So if you don't have a GitHub account, you should definitely make one. Not only is it good for collaboration and you can keep your code in the cloud, but it's pretty good for the sake of a resume too. But anyways, what we're gonna do is come up here and create a new repository to host our project. Let's call this YouTube viewers WPF. And this is a CRUD WPF application for managing YouTube viewers. I guess the only sad part about looking back on our application is that it's kind of pointless. Like all you do is manually add these YouTube viewers. I don't even get the point of it, but oh well, it's a good example of how to build a WPF app. So it's up to all of you to take this and build something amazing and useful. But we can skip all these steps down here. You can make the repository private if you want, but we can create this. And we want to grab this Git link right here. So copy that, and we want to add that as a remote. So we'll do git remote, and you are going to have to do this from the terminal. Add, we'll call it origin, and paste that in here and run this. You are going to have SSH keys set up in your terminal. I don't even know if I have that, but I guess we're going to find out. But now we can do a git push origin, and we want to push our master branch. So let's do that. Moment of truth. Oh, okay. So I did have SSH keys set up. Hooray. So if you don't have SSH keys set up, you have to read through the GitHub docs. Hopefully I can link those in the description. Otherwise, you might be able to use HTTPS instead. I think you have to specify like your username and password if you do this. But hopefully you can seamlessly get that set up. But if we refresh this, we should see our application in here. So we got our code in here. We could add a README if we wanted to. But what I want to do is actually publish our application and upload it as a release. So what we got to do is first we should get into our YouTube viewers.wpf folder, since this is the app that we want to publish. And let's build this in release. So .NET build configuration release. We probably should have ran our app in release mode to make sure it worked, but I'm feeling pretty confident. And now we just want to do a .NET publish in release mode. And we're going to publish this as self-contained. And what that means is that the .NET runtime is going to be included with our app. So the computer running this application doesn't actually have to have .NET installed, which could be useful. But to do self-contained, I think we have to specify this runtime identifier. We can just do win x64. I have another video where I explain .NET Publish way more in depth, so I'll try and link that in the description too. But moving along here, we can also publish as a single file, which I like to do because whenever we do self-contained and it includes the .NET runtime, there's so many files. So having this single file option is definitely nice. So that's -p:/publish single file equals true. And let's try this. All right, it's doing it. So success. Let's head into our bin where that was published. So YouTubeViewers.wpf bin release Windows win-x64, I think, and then this publish directory. So there we go. So publish single file isn't necessarily a single file. Like all of these are required, but it's way smaller than if you didn't have publish single file. So let's run this. And there we go. Our application works. So we can add a YouTube viewer. All good. We can restart the app and all the database stuff is working fine. So let me actually rename this from YouTubeViewers.wpf. That doesn't look very good. So to do that, we can come into our project, come to properties. So all we got to do is change the assembly name to what we want. So we'll just call this YouTube space viewers and make sure we save that. And now try publishing again. And here we go. That looks better in my opinion. So now let's take all of this and we can send this to a compressed folder. We'll call it YouTube viewers.1.0.0. And now back in GitHub, let's create a new release. And we'll just call this YouTube viewers 1.0.0. Or actually, we can just have the version. We can also create a new tag. We'll call this 1.0.0 as well. Description, the initial release of the application. And then we can just drop that zip in here. So take that and drop it. Oh, and while it's waiting, we should prefix our version with V. So let's do that. V 1.0.0. Let's make that our release name as well. And there we go. Our zip was uploaded. So let's publish this. All right, this is pretty exciting. So let's download the zip now. So anyone could come in here, download this. So download the zip. Dang, my internet is like super slow. All right, but here we go. Download complete. So let's open this. Let's extract all of it. And here we go. Let's start the app. And there we go. I must have published this with a database file in there. So I should probably republish this so that I don't have the stale data in here. I'll do that offline. But yeah, that wraps up our application. So hopefully this tutorial was extremely helpful in getting started with WPF. Hopefully you can take these skills and build something more useful than our app that we built here. But definitely a good start, and we tackled some pretty advanced stuff. If you want to dig further into WPF, then quite frankly, my channel is the place to be. I have plenty of videos on WPF, and I'll try and link as many of those that I feel would be helpful to watch to extend this series in the description. But if you made it this far, congrats. Definitely consider yourself a WPF application developer. But if you had any questions, criticisms, or concerns throughout this video, be sure to leave them below in the comment section. If you enjoyed the video of just building this entire app, consider becoming a member. Other than that, leave a like or subscribe for more. Thank you.